Tight squeeze, tight squeeze. Right then, let's get you guys so I can see you. Oh, that's better. I can see. Look at that thumbnail. Yeah, hope that don't come across like that. Let's see what we've got. Okay, I believe. Right. Let me just get myself comfortable here, guys. Right down, get myself in the centre. Where are we? Right, my camera's up there, I'm down here. Now then, sound check, guys. Can everybody hear me? A little bit of a delay because what I'm seeing and what you're seeing is delayed massively. Ah, you can hear me. Fantastic. Apologise for the exposure. I have got, I know that's not the best setup with bright sunlight shining through here. I've put this curtain up here. Hopefully that's going to, let me just turn the sound down on this because I have got a hell of a lot of delay for some reason. So hopefully the picture should get better as the sun sets, basically. So loud and clear, fantastic. Zathras, how are we doing, my friend? Shane, Malcolm Dixon. Who else we got in? Akchidoran. Apologies for any mispronunciation of any of you guys. Hope you're all having a great weekend so far. Now, as you can see in the chat today, what I thought we would do is just a simple. I've got a little hair that's caught in my glasses and it's driving me crazy. It keeps tickling my nose. Yeah, as you can see, it's troubleshooting. What I thought today is. I often get a lot of questions, especially when it comes to collimation. Now, and relating to my video that I did on collimation, and so I mean it was only today I got 2 or 3 questions. I'm always getting comments on that video. So hopefully if you've got collimation questions or anything about videos I've uploaded that I've probably not made clear or you're not quite finding, this is what it's all about, or anything else in general basically. If you've just bought a new telescope and you're having some kind of issues with it, this is the place to be right now. And I'm not saying I know everything, but if I do know the answer, I'll certainly I'll help you along, and or maybe somebody in the chat might know the answer if I don't. So let's just see who else has joined us. Steve Case, how are we doing? Steve Case, what sort of collimation tool do I use? Good question, my friend. I have one over here. Let's just have a look. Oh, I did have one over here. Good start. My favourite, to be honest, is, I thought I had one all handy, is the collimation cap. And something as simple as that. When it comes to collimation, I just keep it simple. A lot of people, apologies for a squeaky chair, sort that. A lot of people get a little bit fussy or OCD when it comes to collimation. I like to keep it simple. For visual astronomy, it really isn't important to have absolutely precise. I don't know if I'm buffering for you. I'll try and sort that out. But yeah, but something as simple as a collimation cap in my book, will get you as far as you need to be for reasonable collimation, just for visual astronomy and basic astrophotography when it comes to it. It's excuse me, it's only precise collimation is needed when you're doing serious astrophotography. So the humble collimation cap is my favourite go-to method of collimating. Hey Bushcraft, how are we doing, my friend? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's have a look. I'll go up the chat a bit and see what we've got here. Yeah, all having a good weekend. Good stuff. Glad to hear it, my friends. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Paul Lewis. Thanks for joining the chat, my friend. Yeah, if you join in, if you've just joined the chat, it's all about troubleshooting for beginners, basically. Those kind of questions that I wish there was some kind of medium like this when I was starting. And that's why, really, I just want to help anybody that may have this struggle, basically. And it can be something as simple as, you know, I can't get focus, or you know, I'm trying to do astrophotography with my mobile phone. By the way, if we start talking about astrophotography, it's not my field. There's better channels that'll do a far better job at astrophotography than I will do. I am a visual astronomer. That's my field. That's what I focus on. So eyepieces, telescopes, things like that. But when it comes to astrophotography, it's a little bit beyond what I actually do. So, but basic astrophotography, such as mobile phone astrophotography, which is popular now, isn't it? Yeah, fire away, because I've done plenty of that. And there's loads of things you can run into. So if you can think of anything that you might be having trouble with that side of things, drop a question in the chat. I have to keep putting these on, I'm telling you. Getting right old fogey these days. Hello Odyssey 357, how are you, my friend? Thank you for joining. Good question, Jason. Jason, not off the topic. No, that's not off the topic at all, my friend. Binocular series issue, binoculars. Right, are you aware that I haven't got a pair of binoculars? My binoculars actually are on off-site at the minute. Are you aware that there is one side of the binoculars? By the way, the question was, I can't get my binoculars in focus. That's Jason Pittman, is it Pittman? Apologies if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Are you aware there's something called a diopter? I think I'm pronouncing that right. That one side of binoculars usually will turn and be a separate focus. If you have a look on my playlist in my videos, I have actually done in getting started with your new binoculars, and I cover all things like that. A good way you can do this is just to check, is to find out which one is your diopter. Tell me in the chat if I'm pronouncing that wrong. And you'll just find it's one of the eyepieces that moves, and it maybe have numbers on it, like usually 1 to 5 or something like that. The best thing to do, and the easiest way of actually balancing the focus of your binoculars, is to get your dust cover and cap one side, the side that's not the the side that is the diopter first, or the one that has the movable eyepiece. Okay, cap that one and get a nice crisp focus on something at least 100 yards away. Okay, so you get a nice crisp focus with that, and then what you want to do is take the cap off and swap it to the other side. Now don't alter your main focus, you want to alter your diopter. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, but your movable eyepiece, will say. And what you'll find is you can then start to focus with that. Everybody's eyes work different, and it's a common problem in binoculars that people don't know how to set them up properly. This could be the problem. So just double check for that, and hopefully that will solve your problem. If not, it could be some alignment, and that unfortunately is a specialist repair job. You can attempt to do it yourself. It's a little bit like collimation, if you like, but I wouldn't advise it. You can do more damage than good, especially when it comes to binoculars. But hope that's have a go at that. Make sure that your diopter, movable eyepiece, is balanced with your eyesight, and see how you go with that. And don't forget to check that video out. Have a look on. It's probably on hints and tips in my playlist. So hopefully that sorted it out for you, my friend. Let's move up the chat a little bit. Good to hear it, Paul Lewis. I hope it's going to be okay. We'll, like I say, we'll just play it by ear. But like I say, it's just going to be at the minute question and answers. Any questions that you may have, or troubles or issues. No problem, Jason. No problem, my friend. I hope that sorts it out for you. Sakyuntha. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. SV Bony eyepieces. Is it okay to use them? In other words, are they any good? Is that I think that's what you're asking me. All the ones I've used so far have been fantastic, and I really can't fault SV Bony. I've been using SV Bony products way before I was doing this channel, and everything I have used by SV Bony has been pretty solid. It's been, it's done the trick, and it's certainly delivered what the price range is, if you get what I mean. And they certainly don't claim to be something they're not. These days, there's a lot of cheap, non-branded eyepieces out there that claim to be like SV Bony. I'll tell you a classic one. They did one, the aspheric range, the one with the gold band. I've reviewed that. In fact, one of the very first videos I ever uploaded on this channel. And there's a lot of copies of them, where they sort of come in. So they kind of got a bad name when they first started coming out, of it's just cheap gear or cheap products. But SV Bony, in my experience, are coming on leaps and bounds, and to be honest with you, it's something the astronomy community needs. We need something that's budget but yet quality equipment. So as far as all the SV Bony, I've got a lot of SV Bony stuff. Even there's a telescope at the back of me here, the little 60mm refractor, fantastic little telescope. Looks like a cheap toy, but it's actually a good scientific little instrument. That's what it wouldn't be piggyback there if it were no good. So yeah, if that's what you mean, are SV Bony eyepieces okay to use? Then yeah, definitely would recommend. What else we got here? Yeah, I agree, Steve. SV Bony's great eyepieces. Hey, Freck Centurion! How are you, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I've always said we need an app. Somebody needs to design an app or something that designs, that we can see through clouds. Yeah, a filter. Yeah, these genius filter makers, get on their anti-cloud filter. We could certainly do with one of those. Jaden Booth, hello my friend, welcome to the chat. Yes, I do. Absolutely, I do collimate without any tools whatsoever, and just using my eye. This is done basically visually looking down the tube at first, making sure that all the mirrors look right, that everything's concentric. Concentric circles is a good key word to have in your mind when you're looking down the focuser. And when I say looking down the focuser, I mean directly down the tube of the focuser, without no eyepiece, so you can see both mirrors. Get those kind of right, and then do what's called a star test, by simply putting, some people like to use a high-powered eyepiece. Polaris is a good choice to use if you haven't got a motorized mount, because obviously that doesn't move too much out of the field of view. And then just take that star out of focus, and again what you're looking for is nice concentric circles in the eyepiece. If I were clever enough, I could put images up on the video. I've not quite learned how to do that in the live stream, to put images up. But if you do look at my Collimation videos, you can see I do put images up of, in the edit, I'll probably do it. If I edit this video, I'll put some, I'll flash them up, of what you should be seeing when you defocus a star. This is just called a star test or a star check, and it's one easy way of checking a Newtonian reflector without any tools. Paul Lewis, how do you go about learning the night sky? How do I go about it? Well, I've always, like I say, I mean, when I first started, when I was learning the night sky, like anybody, I was totally obsessed. I still am, really, to a certain extent. You know, I'm always out there when it's a clear night. But as a kid, I have so much nostalgia as a kid. Summer holidays, just laid on a flat roof with a sleeping bag and the latest Star Atlas or Patrick Moore's book that I've just borrowed from the library. And I used to just spend the summer school holidays just laid flat on my back, just learning the constellations basically, or any holiday. It weren't just the summertime I used to do it. I used to do it in any holiday we used to get, and just learn from books, you know, because that's all we had back then. We had books and the sky at night, basically, and and always star hopped to find other objects. It's just something, like I say, it's becoming a little bit of a dying trade, star hopping. Excuse me. A little bit of a dying trade with all these flashy go-to telescopes and all that lot. And I've always said to people that have just started in this hobby, you know, try and leave the go-to to one side. Even if you can afford it, leave it to one side. The other thing is as you go-to users probably are well aware, they don't always work. The computers, and you need some kind of power source to run them, and whether that's a battery or something. If you're in a dark location, your battery power bank runs out or something, you are pretty much stuck because you haven't learned the night sky as a beginner. You've just let the telescope show you where everything is. And so going back to the original question of how do I learn, I learned just learning from books and learning each constellation slowly and setting yourself a target. Always set yourselves targets when you do your observations. You know, if you're brand new to this hobby, say to yourself, I'm going to learn 3 new constellations tonight, and do it. Okay, and it's always a good idea. Really go back to basics. Now I know I'm sounding really old-fashioned here, but sketching out, especially if you're new to astronomy, get your star chart, whether that's an app or whatever you're using, and actually sketch, get a pen and paper and sketch that constellation that you're going to be looking at that night, or learning that night, or finding that night on a piece of paper. It's a proven fact that when we write something down, it just drills it in there that little bit deeper, and psychologically it just helps to identify something that's quite foreign to you when you're first learning your way around the night sky. Right then, where are we? Let's have a look. Hello, Randy. How are you? Thank you for joining the chat, Randy. What is good to use to clean mirrors, eyepieces? What is good? Air. That is my biggest recommendation. One of these things is what's good for eyepieces and mirrors. Mirrors have to be exceptionally dirty to need cleaning, and I do mean it in a real state. I've seen some pretty poor mirrors, as dirty as they are. So just a good, if it's just dust, general, bit of pollen that built up or something like that. I know not all telescopes are pretty accessible to get one of these on your mirror, but most are. You can just reach down, and the best way to do it is to actually turn your telescope so it's upside down, yeah, and you're blowing up the tube like that. So the dust is then sort of blowing and coming back down and not just blowing and then settling back on your mirror. But little is always best when it comes to mirrors, or not at all. It's like the mirror in my telescope. I've had it now, I think about 3 years, and I've cleaned it once or maybe twice. I can't remember in 3 years. And one of them reasons was for a video, I do believe. I can't exactly remember. But when it comes to eyepieces, again, this is your favorite. Always start with an air blower. Don't be tempted to let's have a look, we've got an eyepiece somewhere. Yeah, don't be tempted to just give it one of them and blow on your eyepieces. What this does is it can cause little bits of saliva, anything, condensation off your breath, and this will actually mark your eyepieces. And the absolute no-no is that one. They're not a pair of cheap, well, these are cheap spectacles, but they're not that. They're not a cheap pair of sunglasses, okay? You've got a good chance of damaging the coatings that are on the eyepiece. So always use a fiber optic cloth. A fiber optic cloth, the new invention coming from NASA. A microfiber cloth, I believe, is the cloth I'm looking for. Always, but like when it comes to eyepieces, a good squirt of air always before starting to gently wipe. If there is something like oil on there, eyelash oil is a common one to get on eyepieces, but never wipe with a cloth before you give it a good blast of air, because if there is a tiny bit of grit in there, you're going to damage the surface of the lens. So always air is your friend when it comes to cleaning any optics, in cameras, anything. Bushcraft, where can you get a new eyepiece from? Oh, where can't you get a new eyepiece from, basically? You're Scotland, aren't you, I believe? What I shall do, I'll leave some links at the end of this video. I don't think I can do them at the minute for some good telescope suppliers. First Light Optics is one that I can think of off the top of my head. Northern Optics, chap on YouTube who does on here, I believe. That's a I'm sure I know he definitely does binoculars, but I'm sure he does do astro stuff as well. Good reliable shop to go for. Northern Optics is another one. Obviously I'm just throwing out all British suppliers here. They're the ones I know. But any of those three that I've just say are a good reliable source. You can go to places like eBay. I wouldn't advise it. Really, unless you know exactly what you're buying and you can tell that it's not a fake or anything like that. There's a lot of fake eyepieces and stuff on eBay at the minute. So, but they're the three shops that off top of my head I would highly recommend. Actudoran. Sorry if I'm a bit slow with these questions, guys. I keep having to go back up. I'll get to you eventually, and I apologise if I do miss a question. Just keep answering it. Just keep asking it. If you are desperate for a question to get answered and it's not getting answered, feel free to just keep asking it. I'll see it eventually. 7x25 binoculars. Actudoran. Doran. Is that the right pronouncing? Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that right. Quick question, what would you... Oh, for binoculars, sorry, I'm getting distracted because I keep seeing that buffing signal. It should be okay because my router is literally just behind the camera, so why we're getting any buffering, I don't know. Binoculars, well, where do I start with binoculars? There is so much astronomy you can do with binoculars. The first thing that comes to mind is Andromeda Galaxy. Boom, straight away. Andromeda looks fantastic through binoculars. Most M13, Great Hercules cluster, fantastic through binoculars, even though some people do struggle a little bit with things like star clusters through binoculars. But as I always say, you want good dark skies, at least Bortle 5, something like that, for good deep sky viewing with binoculars. But binoculars really are just like small telescopes. They pretty much show all that a small telescope show. Well, not quite, but just what I'm talking about is probably the bright nebula, the bright galaxies, the bright doubles. Things like that are always fantastic in binoculars. And simply the Milky Way. The Milky Way in binoculars is probably one of the most beautiful things you'll ever experience under the right sky conditions. I've probably told this story before. One of the best experiences I've ever had was a small pair of 7x50 binoculars, I believe they were, on top of a mountain. I don't mean something like Mount Everest. It was a mountain in Wales where we hiked a 2-hour hike to the summit of this mountain, and we camped out there at the summit for the night, and I was just armed with a pair of binoculars, and the Milky Way was something else. So something as simple as the Milky Way is fantastic with binoculars. Where are we? Let's move down a little bit. Sakyuntha, is it Sakyuntha? Again, apologies for your... Don't worry about that, my friend. Have I ever tried a wide 100 plus field of view eyepiece? For example, would you recommend it? Absolutely, 158% yes. If you can afford one of these super expensive, ultra wide field of view eyepieces like 80 and above, and you can afford it and your pockets are deep enough, go out and order one now. They are something else. Unfortunately, I've never been able to afford something like that of anything. They can be in pretty high figures, but I have had the pleasure of looking through a few of them. What the makes were, top of my head, can't remember. It was a while ago now, a few star parties and astronomy clubs. But all I can say is star walk. You've probably heard the expression of it's like a star walk, like somebody on the ISS going out and mending something. You really do feel like you're in space with something like, I think it was an 80. I don't believe it was as much as 100. I believe it was an 80, I think. I'm sure it was something like that. It was massive anyway. It was a large field of view. And under dark, when you totally dark adapted, and just something as simple as, again, the Milky Way, with one of these super wide field of view eyepieces is breathtaking. It is something else. It is 3D. It is trippy, if that's the right word. It is crazy. Because especially when you've got and you're in super dark location where you've got no distractions around you, and everything's dark around you, and all you can see is this three-dimensional view through these eyepieces. So would I recommend one? Yes. Go get out there and buy one if you can afford it. Like I say, they're unbelievable. Looking for glasses that aren't there, they're here. Right then, where were we? Whoa, I am so behind, aren't I, on the chat? Sorry guys, I might have to just fast forward a little bit. How many years have we got? Oh, we got 37 watching. Wow. Hello guys, welcome to the chat. If you're just joining, it's a general chit chat tonight. Hopefully any questions that you've got about if you've just bought a new telescope, or you've had it a while and there's something not working on it, or you're not quite sure about something, don't be afraid to ask a question. Remember, this is a beginner's channel, so you're not competing with any big astronomers or anything like that. I'm certainly no big astronomer. I'm just an active hobbyist, enthusiastic hobbyist. That's all I am. So yeah, if I don't know the answer to your questions, I'm sure somebody in the chat will. So don't forget guys, fire away anything that you may have concerning astronomy in general or your new telescope. Right then guys, I'm going to jump down the chat. Like I say, if I've missed your question, guys, folks, just keep posting it if it's something that you really want to get answered. And I really do apologise if I do miss it. Zafras, if you're still here, my friend, thank you very much for jumping in and joining the chat. Take care, my friend. All the best. Hello, Gabe. How are you? Thank you for joining the chat, my friend. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Bushcraft. Do you know, that's a good question. Can you photograph the outer planets, or in this case Neptune, with your smartphone or a Huawei P40 Pro? Let's have a go, shall we? A good subject for a video. I've never actually tried it, to be honest, Bushcraft. I should imagine yes, because it's just like a star cluster, or you can certainly do deep sky with your mobile phone. So I can't see there being no problem doing the outer planets. I mean, after all, they just look like bright stars through the eyepiece. They do have a little bit of colour in them, especially Neptune has the blue, a little blue sort of tinge to it. But I can't see why not be able to. Mr. Aidmo, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your kind words, my friend. Just want to know, deal with dew on the scope. To be honest with you, I don't really have an issue with it. Sometimes it's more you get it when it's misty. I think we can get that little fine mist, what I call ideal planet viewing conditions, when there's just that little fine mist in the air. You can get a little bit of dew. But to be honest with you, dew eaters are always a good idea. And these days you can even get little dew eaters for your eyepieces. Where I live here in the Midlands, there isn't really that much trouble with it. I never really have that much of an issue with dew problems, but I know certain people do in certain countries. But like I say, heated, if you do really get it bad and your eyepieces is dewing up quite regularly, especially mirrors and things like that, little heaters that you can buy for eyepieces and mirrors is something you can get that you probably weren't aware of. But like I say, it's not much of an issue for me, or enough of an issue for me to actually invest in dew heaters. Matthew Holveniski. Apologies for pronunciation. Great question. Great question. Futures for my astronomy journey. Do you know what? Just now is my new journey is this channel, and I've pretty much seen everything I need to see through a telescope. You know, whether it's been my telescope or something else, some amazing somebody else's telescope. And I think my future now in astronomy is just to push the hobby as my future. I think I haven't really got anything on the bucket list. Like I say, I think if anything, I hope I'm alive when Halley's or Halley's or Halley's comet comes around again. If I'm around then, that's my bucket list. That's what I would like to see again. I didn't quite get to see it in the 80s. We were a little bit clouded out in the last round, but if I'm old enough to see Alice Comet again or Halley's Comet, then that would be on my bucket list. But apart from that, it's just a case of pushing this hobby and getting people off the mobile phone, you know, getting people off games and stuff and say, look at what you're missing up there, you know. And I always say that all the people that are interested in hobby, we're very, very lucky, because there isn't many people compared to us astronomers and the population of the world that's seen Venus, that's seen the craters on the moon, that's seen Saturn. And you know, unless you're lucky enough to get involved in this hobby, some people never even know it exists. You know, they just go around on the day-to-day lives, and if I'm spreading the word and you know, people saying, I never thought I need to buy a telescope, then boom, I've done my job. So that's my future ambition in astronomy. We are on the frontier, Steve says. Yes. Yes, absolutely. You'll be the next Patrick Moore. Thank you, Bushcraft. That would be an incredible honour. He is my absolute hero. I love that man. I miss him so much. I really do. You know, I wish he was still here today presenting his channel. Yeah, I still watch, like I say, just type on YouTube, Patrick Moore, Sky at Night, and just watch him. It's a little bit dated now, admittedly. Ever be able to fill those shoes. Trust me, my friend. Matthew, thank you. Yeah, you'll get, yeah, listen, you'll get anywhere you want in life. I say this, and I don't just mean about astronomy. I'm a great believer in, if you believe you can do something and you want it enough, do it. It's as simple as that. It has nothing to do with talent, nothing to do with education. It's to do with wanting, needing, and just getting off and getting on with it, basically. It'll happen, my friend, whatever you want. I'm a strong believer in that. Excuse me while I just refreshing the old that's good. There it is. It was behind my huge big mug there. Going back to that question, where's my camera? There's my camera. There is the cap I use to this day. I've had it for years and years and years. That is a Collimation cap that I made myself. And as you can see, or I hope you can see, it's just a dust cover that often comes in, oops daisy, just like that. And you'll get them in eyepieces, you can get them in these diagonals, and as you can see, It's just a converted one of these, a dust cover. That's all it is. Um, a collimation cap, like I say, is one of the simplest things to make, and to me saves you a fortune in these things, lasers and Cheshires and all the rest of it. You just need one of these. Like I say, unless you are a serious astrophotographer with serious kits, then get yourself one of these cobbled up. There's all that is, by the way, is if I just show you a close up here. I'm on a lag, see guys, I have to wait. I don't know if that's in focus. Let me put my glasses on, then I can see. Right, if you can see. Sorry guys, I'm just waiting for it to stop buffering on my side. There you go. Now that is a washer that I have just put into one of those caps. Yeah, can you see that? And I've just drilled a hole. Come back. I'm on such a lag here, it seems so strange to try and show you and do this at the same time. And then just stuck this washer in there. Now this just gives me a nice reflective surface where I can see the donut or the circle on the mirror to go into the center. And it's just basically what you're doing with a collimation cap is wrong one. It's all mirror image through this camera. Yeah, basically what you're doing with a collimation cap is the donut, the little circle that you have on a mirror, you're basically getting that in the center of this washer here. Because when you look, you put this into the eyepiece, yeah, so you would just insert that as normal into your eyepiece, look through that, and then alter your primary mirror until that comes into the center of that collimation cap. Really easy system. Somebody, the reason why I'm bringing that up is somebody today commented on that very question. Where do you put the collimation cap? I get so many questions on that how to collimate a telescope video about where the star is, because back then I had a star instead of a donut. Instead of a circle on my primary, I used to have a little star, and people were so confused about where that star were. You know, they couldn't quite get it. You know, it was a really early video, and maybe I didn't make that quite clear. And I suppose when you're an absolute beginner, you've never collimated before, I didn't make it clear exactly what I was looking at or where the camera was. But just to clarify that, the collimation cap goes in the focuser. Oh, here we go. Here we go, folks. There's one. There's the first one on the floor. Especially it's made of plastic. Right, yeah, so we just placed that in there where the star was. The star's on the primary mirror, and the collimation cap goes into the focuser. Right, let me have a look at the chat, and we'll have to catch up here. Hello, greetings from Poland. You was asking about planets and different size of telescopes, 8-inch and 10-inch Dobsonians. To be honest with you, there isn't much difference between an 8-inch and a 10-inch Dobsonian. There is, if you look at it on paper, they say they get that much, but to be honest with you, that you will not really notice that much difference. You're definitely going to notice a difference between, say, a 5-inch Dobsonian and an 8-inch Dobsonian, a massive difference. But between a 8-inch Dobsonian and a 10-inch Dobsonian, very little difference. Between a 10-inch Dobsonian and a 12-inch Dobsonian, again, you are going to notice a difference. So there goes a riffle of gas. As an idea, again, as a 5-inch Dobsonian and a 6-inch Dobsonian, pretty much the same telescope. There is a tiny little bit of brightness difference, as where a 6 inches is going to be a little tiny bit brighter than the 5 inch. But the average beginner or astronomer, casual astronomer, is never going to notice it. You also ask about the planet. Does Mars look better on a 10 inch or an 8 inch? The planets will always look best at opposition in any telescope, but when it comes to things like Mars, it is preferred to have something like something at least an 8 inch telescope to observe detail. Now, we had a great opposition the other year, where opposition just means when the planet is closest to Earth, which makes sense really. The closer anything is, the easier it is to see. So always look for when something's at opposition, and it will make a difference that way when it comes to Mars. But when it comes to 8 and 10s, it's just debatable. Let's say debatable. But I personally don't think it is. Just mentioned an 8, a 10, and a 12. The 8 and the 10, not that much difference, to be honest. The 12, definitely a big step up in contrast and the actual visibility of especially the fainter objects. So I hope that's answered your question, my friend. Where are we? Let me jump up. I'm sorry if I'm a bit slow answering these, or maybe lengthening the correct. I'll have to give you a shorter answer so I don't miss any questions, guys. Like I say, I do apologise if I do miss any questions. Just keep asking, and I'll get to you eventually. Or somebody else, guys. If somebody asks a question and I miss it, and you know the answer to it, please, just answer someday. Because we all need help. I hate it when somebody needs help and I miss it. Flipping heck, I'm really behind here, aren't I, in chat? Duster, hello, welcome to the chat, Duster. But I can't. Right, you're doing photography with your mobile phone, I get it, and you are just getting a big blob when you are looking at Saturn. That sounds straight away like focus issues, my friend. Usually big blobs are focus issues, and when something's out of focus, it will always become a big blob. So what you're probably finding is always set your little setup. I should imagine I haven't got one now because I've actually on my camera I'm using the phone adapter now, so I can't show you. I haven't got a spare one, but I should imagine using a phone holder with the eyepiece. Yeah, so always set that up in the daytime and making sure that you're getting a good clear view in the daytime. Another tip is, especially for when you're doing deep sky mobile phone photography, it's always handy, even though it contradicts itself, because ideally we need a moonless night for deep sky, but the moon is always handy if it's around, just to get a focus on, and make sure that the focus is nice and crisp in your field of view. Another thing you need to do is check your phone settings. You need to make sure that you're in manual mode on your phone. Most modern phones today will give you your focus, your exposure, and all the rest of it, and more importantly, your focus. And like I say, if the moon's out, get on the moon first and go into manual focus and make sure the moon's in focus, nice and sharp, hit lock, and then carry on with your evening of astrophotography with your phone. That's the best thing to do. You'll always know if you go onto a bright star, something this time of year, something like Vega is very bright, and it will actually show on the screen of your mobile phone, of your phone that you're using. And what you're looking for is a nice pinpoint, sharp little point on the screen. But have a go with that first. Just make sure, like I say, that your settings are in manual and that you're in manual focus. Don't use autofocus. Autofocus will not have enough time, there's not enough light for it to focus on anything, and you will get a big blob. So give that a go, buddy, and I hope that solves the problem for you. Right. Where are we? Let's have a look. Duster, yeah. To be honest with you, I would just double check your phone first and just make sure that you've got all the settings. It's usually, if you have a look at more settings, when you go into your camera settings, it'll be in more. See if you've got a pro mode. It's usually called pro. If not, I will definitely leave some links to some camera apps in the description after I edit this video. But if you can remember this, I'll give this a check now. There's one called Open Camera, which is available on both Android and iOS, I believe. Open Camera. I'll have all your manual settings. I do believe that's free to download. There's another one called Manual Camera, one I use all the time. I record all my videos on Manual Camera. It's just called that, Manual Camera. Have a look for that. There's a paid and a free version of that. So offhand, I think there's one called Deep Sky Photo or something like that. I wouldn't bother with that unless you know what you're doing, because it gets very technical, and I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to astrophotography, and it's too technical for me. Yeah, I just need. Well, that's not surprising, is it? You know, it don't take much to confuse me. But no, as long as you can manually control your exposure, your shutter speed. Shutter speed's not so important for filming for photoing the planets as such, but you definitely need exposure, because you will get a big bright blob as well if you're overexposed as well as focus. So they're the two apps: Open Camera, Manual Camera, and if anybody can think of any others, feel free to put them in the chat. Hope that helps, my friend. Steve Case, you're so funny, be honest. I don't know. Well, I know I've got a funny face. I laugh at myself every day. I said, what's that looking back at me? Where's that 20-year-old gone? Bosun, how are you, my friend? I don't know if I've said hello to you. How are you, buddy? Really? You have all 6? Fantastic. What a good collection. Absolutely. Nice one. I like it. Glande? Glande, is that? Glande? Apologies for pronunciation. 76 or a 114 Newtonian telescope that has a parabolic mirror. Yeah, pretty much all of them these days have parabolic mirrors. Parabolic mirrors. It's spherical seem to be a thing of the past as so much, but you do get spherical mirrors. The way telescope mirrors work, you get parabolic and spherical. Spherical just means basically, if you imagine a sphere, a ball, it's just which is preferred really for astronomy. But I do believe most of these small Newtonians, I'm trying to think of the name now, the Skywatcher do one, don't they? First scope. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I believe they are parabolic anyway. And they're only 76mm, and they're absolutely, you know, they're so underrated, those little tabletop telescopes. I love them. I haven't got one, but I've looked for a few, and I think they're fantastic, both for kids and adults, you know, if you're just like a casual observer. But as far as I know, they're all parabolic. You tend to get parabolic mirrors more in 4 and above, usually. And if you do get a spherical mirror in 4 inches and above, and if you do see telescopes that are around about 6 inch and above, and they're for a really cheap price, check what type of mirror it is. Because to be honest with you, around about the 4 inch, and well, a lot depends sometimes on the focal length, but round about 3-4 inch, if it's spherical, to be honest with you, it's not really going to affect your views. The only time that spherical views really affect your views if you start going for bigger aperture, longer focal length, and the rest of it. Then you'll get a lot of coma in and things like that. But to be honest with you, small starter scope, if it's a spherical mirror, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I really wouldn't. It's only to be bother about it if you're a serious astrophotographer. But if you're a casual astronomer and you just enjoy looking at the moon and the stars, then it really won't matter if it's spherical or not. Duster, yeah, you're considering upgrading to a motorized mount. How do you power it? Well, it all depends on where you're going to use it. Obviously, if you're going to be using it at a location, you have to take it away. You're going to need some kind of power bank. You can excuse me, that you can buy them. Some motors, such as this one, actually it's attached to the telescope at the minute with a spring. This little motor here, can you see that? Just about. This little motor here can be powered through batteries. Just I can't remember what size batteries they are. Just like a little battery pack that you can take to location with you. What I've done is, let's just grab this. This is my power bank. I made it myself. And 10 points to anybody can recognise what I'm powering my telescope with. Just have a look at that. I'll hold it up. Can anybody recognise that? And it's not astronomy related. But this is something I cobbled up. It's just a little power bank. It's a 7-volt power supply, and I've just done an incredibly long lead that just plugs into the power bank, and I can run that, and this is long. I can run it anywhere around the house, so I don't have to keep buying new batteries. So there's 3 ways you can actually power your telescope. Like I say, if you're local, you're near your house, you can rig one of these up, or simply buy one. Buy whatever voltage power supply is, just type it in on eBay and you'll find one. Don't worry about it, not matching. And I'll tell you a little hack as well. People like electricians will be going, no, don't do that, get the right tool. But sometimes when you get these power supplies, it could be the wrong poles. It could be the plus and negative could be wrong, with the power supply. Well, in that case, just chop it off. Yeah, get a pair of scissors, chop it off, turn it round and rejoin it back together, and that'll just put the things right, and it'll work. Safety tip, use at your own risk. Well done, RLMC. Correct. It's an old PlayStation 2 power bank. And it just happens that it's just a little bit higher. Especially these cheaper ones, it's not a bad thing. It gives them that, a little bit more drive. I don't trust batteries, especially if you're tracking a star and you're doing basic photography, even though this isn't any way good enough for astrophotography. It basically keeps the target in the field of view. But you can do basic astrophotography, and batteries, I've never actually tried a battery bank on this. I don't know how long it would last on standard batteries. But anyway, there's one thing you could do. So yeah, 10 out of 10 for guessing PlayStation 2 12 power supply. You have a problem with your Skywatcher 1 score RA lock knob is not working. Right, Velico? Velgico? I'm terrible for names, sorry. You're having a problem with your right ascension locking knob. It's not working. Strange one. Not come across that before, to be honest with you. The first thing that comes to my mind is you may have stripped the thread in some way. Let's have a look. Get ready. I'm assuming that you've got a EQ mount. Let's have a look. Now, yeah, the only thing I can think of, and all EQ mounts are different, they really are. I've never personally come across that problem. Is it not moving? Is it just completely locked? Or does it just continuously turn? Or does it just not do anything? Is it turning round and round and round, or what? Because honestly, I've never ever come across that problem. There's very little that can go wrong with these. They virtually work on like a nut and bolt clamping system. So the only thing I can think of offhand, if it has stopped working, is that it's been over tightened and you've actually got it locked in so you can't move it. In that case, what I would do is put some soft pliers, we call them pliers, going them tight, and trying to turn it, to unlock it in either way. The only reason I say that, these sometimes can just shatter off, these actual plastic things that house the bolt, and it can actually, because it's only like glued in sometimes. So sometimes just easing it with a wrench, sometimes that does happen. They can get locked in a little bit tight. Other than that, the only thing I can think of is that there's somehow, like I say, the thread has got stripped. It's a new one on me on that one, and if you can, take it somewhere and have somebody to have a look at that one. Like I say, without actually looking at your telescope, it's hard to diagnose a problem, or should I say, diagnose a solution to your problem. If anybody knows, if anybody's come across that in the chat, anybody locking the locking right ascension, please feel free to put it in the answer in the chat, because I'm not, like I say, I'm not quite familiar with that at all. So sorry about that, my friend. It's still able to move it even when I lock it. Well, they may move a little bit. I mean, you have to really crank them down tight for them to lock. But the idea really is just to hold them into place. If you know, so it's a lot easier to focus and things like that. But if it's not locking at all, a little bit like a wearing brake on a car or a push bike, you're putting the brakes on, but yet you're still moving. It just sounds like a thread wear problem to me. Is the telescope old? Is it second hand? Or is it a brand new thing? If it's a brand new thing, maybe it's still under warranty, and have a word with whoever you bought it off. But like I say, as far as I know, that's not a common problem for the locking nuts to go. But if it is still holding the telescope, it's still locking it a little bit, I wouldn't worry about it too much, because if your telescope's well balanced and you've balanced it right, you shouldn't really need to use the locking nuts anyway on the RA or the declination. So yes, Ronald, I think they do. They can over tighten things, which is not their fault. Sometimes, it does happen. You know, you think, you know, it's got to be nice and locked in. They're called locking nuts, so let's really lock them down. And it's more, you know, like I say, they're called locking nuts, but it's just to really just secure things up a little bit. So your telescope's not moving all over the place when you're focusing or maybe using your slow motions. It still feels loose. Um, like I say, I think it could be something a little bit serious internally on the threads of your telescope. Yeah, sorry to hear that, buddy. But like I say, if your telescope is still holding it, if it's still not really affecting you, and your telescope's nice and well balanced, then I wouldn't worry about it too much. Um, it really only comes into problems maybe if you're putting heavier camera equipment on or something like that. But usually you balance your telescope up for an equilibrium anyway. Yeah, I would. Like I say, if it's under warranty, I would get it back into your telescope supplier and say, you know, this is a problem, and they may even just swap it. Yeah, and you'd be surprised actually. Telescope suppliers are pretty decent, especially if you bought it somewhere local. They may even swap it for you if you've had it quite a while. Camel, or Camille. Yeah, great answer. If that's that sounds feasible to me. Um, yeah, Aberynth. Hope that I pronounced your name right. Again, it's personal choice and how much you're prepared to spend when it comes to eyepieces. They are the essence of a telescope when you can think about it. You know, without an eyepiece, telescope's pretty useless. So it is important that you have decent eyepieces at the end of the day. But I've always said low-powered eyepieces will always be forgiving, and it doesn't really matter what make or how much you paid for them. If you get things, you know, eyepieces 25 millimeters and above, they're usually going to be pretty good through your eyepiece, through your telescope, because they're not that very demanding. And if you're getting good views um, with your eyepieces, then why change them? Yeah, if you're happy with the views, with what you're getting, you know, just because, you know, somebody might have something 5 times more expensive doesn't mean you have to buy that. I've always said it, if you're enjoying what you're seeing through your telescope, don't change it. You see you're getting good views. But if I've got to recommend one, um, without going silly into silly prices, just what I've recommended on my channel basically, the SV Boney one that I did quite recently. I haven't got one idea. These SV Boney aspheric range are great. I've not heard anybody have any trouble in any size of telescope or flavour of telescope with these. A great little budget eyepiece. Um, but yeah, it's how deep your pockets go at the end of the day, and it's all right advising a certain eyepiece, because one eyepiece usually, you know, the, unless you've it's hard to recommend eyepieces because each telescope's different, and admittedly some eyepieces do work better in other telescopes, but I've not tried every eyepiece with every telescope that's out there. And my best advice to anybody that wants to buy new eyepieces is, if you've got access to an astronomy club or a local star party, go to it, because down there you can borrow eyepieces and you can even loan them for the weekend, test them out with your telescope, and then you can actually see if it's going to work. But I work with most telescopes in the beginner range, okay, because that's what they're kind of designed for. I'm allowed to say that. Yeah, bosun. Yeah, bosun. Cheaper eyepieces can suffer for a little bit of that distortion towards the edges. But you know, again, if it's for just for visual, it don't really bother me that, because usually when you put an eyepiece, you're concentrating on the center of the field of view when it comes to visual astronomy, and that's what you're looking at anyway. And a lot of beginners don't even notice, that little bit of distortion around the edges. But yeah, cheaper eyepieces can have that little bit of distortion. But like I say, unless you're an astrophotographerist, I wouldn't worry about it. Yes, Chris. Yes, Chris. Second-hand market, always a great idea. This is from a second-hand market. This telescope right here, I bought that second hand. There's some good gear. Obviously you've got to be careful, especially when it comes to buying telescopes. I would always recommend, advise, if you can actually go and see the thing and have a quick look at it before actually buying it. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with second hand gear. The thing with astronomers, they're usually trustworthy people. I've said this before, I've never met any untrustworthy, grumpy astronomers. So when it comes to astro gear, they're usually telling you the truth. This is what they've got, this is what they're selling. So yeah, definitely look on the second-hand market. Good idea. Don't get caught up in snobbery. Do not get caught up in what I call equipment snobbery. You've got to buy this make, you've got to buy that make, you've got to have this eyepiece. You're costing you a fortune with very little results. Sakyuthan. I'm sorry about my pronunciation. What do I think about sky quality meters? Sky quality meters. If you mean the Bortle scale, is that what you mean? How we judge, or do you mean the air quality? Um, I use them to a certain extent. The only time I ever use them is if I'm going to a different location. I may be travelling 100 miles or something, going on holiday, or excuse me, if I'm going away or something like that, then I may use them and know what the sky quality is like, or the Bortle's going to be. But the one I use and one I like to use is Clear Outside, the app from Clear Outside, which is an international weather app, and it also gives you your sky bottle and tell you what your light pollution is in that area. So yeah, I don't have any real feelings of them. I think they're a good thing. They're certainly helpful for us astronomers. Definitely got the place. Yeah. Joseph, what do I think of small beginner 70mm f13 refractors? I think they're great. Simple as that. As long as they have the 1.25 inch eyepieces. There is a few 70mm, especially short tubed refractors on the market, and they're actually the old fashioned style sizing eyepiece that I can't even remember what that size is. It's a small little eyepiece. So be careful. They're okay. The small ones, I know which ones you're talking about. They are certainly better than the department store telescopes that we like to say. you know, the cheap 50mm and below telescopes. They're the ones to avoid. But these 70, like I say, these little 70mm refractors, they are certainly better than nothing. And then, yeah, they're okay. They're okay as a starter. They're going to get started. The other side of the coin is, sorry if you're lapping of water, my dog's just having a drink. The other side of the coin is binoculars. If you know you're toying with a 70mm telescope, you know, one of these small refractors, and whatever else, I'd always say binoculars. Sometimes you can have a lot more fun out of a pair of binoculars than you can any small telescope. And when I mean small telescope, I mean these toy telescopes, as I call them. You know, little 50mm refractors. They stay well clear. 70mm is about your limit for especially refractors. You know, well, I'm saying 60 to 70, certainly not 50. 50mm usually are going to send warning bells, okay? So 50mm are usually finder scopes, okay, not telescopes. Of aperture, I'm talking about. Do I consider getting? Yes, astrophotography. The thing is with astrophotography is, yes, now I am, but I wouldn't advise any beginner to, if you get what I mean. Astrophotography can take an incredible amount of patience, well, it does take an incredible amount of patience to do it right, and it's going to take you a lot of time. It's going to cause a lot of frustration, and it's going to cost you an incredible amount of money, and money will just start hemorrhaging out of your bank account once you get into astrophotography. So basic astrophotography is where I am at the minute. I'm just dipping my toes into astro cameras, the SV Boni, little 105 and the 305. I'm just dipping my toes into that side of things, you know, doing simple planetary astrophotography. But as you know, you've set up, and then all you're doing is sitting, looking at a computer screen all night, letting a gorgeous clear night go by. You know what I mean? It kind of contradicts itself, really, to me. But some people get an incredible amount of joy out of astrophotography. And I always say somebody's going to do it a lot better than I ever will. So I'll just enjoy other people's photographs for now. Yeah, Matthew. Incredible amounts of everything. Patience is just one of them. And money. Yeah, Joseph. Sam's a great little telescope. It's better than the telescope I started out with. I started out with a lot of people my age with everything we tell you not to buy, and that is a cheap department store telescope, because that's all that most average working family could afford in the 70s and 80s. You know, proper telescopes literally cost thousands. And I was just a kid, and you know, my parents certainly weren't going to buy me anything super expensive. But if you're going for a 70mm refractor, an Astromaster, I know Astromasters, they're a great little starter telescope. Can't fault them. You're going to see some nice things with them. They are limited. Don't be expecting, you know, fantastic James Webb images, because no telescope does that, even if you've got a 50-inch reflector. Well, you're getting a little bit better, but you know where I'm coming from. Most telescopes will just show you, you know, not the views that you kind of expect. So just be expecting that, especially with a 70mm. You are going to be limited but it's going to be fantastic for the moon and some brighter deep sky objects. So yeah, highly recommend. Good telescope. No worries, Paul. Thank you for joining, my friend. You take care of yourself. Hope to see you on the next one. At the minute, I haven't had a look at that. Is it any good? Have you had an experience with it? I am going to be upgrading a lot of my gear soon. Well, as soon as I can afford it, basically. I can't afford it, and that's the top and bottom of it. But one of the reasons I do like using basic gear is purely with my channel, because if I start using expensive eyepieces, start using bigger telescopes, I'm going to lose that beginner side of things, if you get what I mean. Because if I can see things in my telescope and the eyepieces that I'm using, then I know you guys are going to do it. And that's the reason really that I'm trying to keep my equipment down to the basics. But so new gear, I'm kind of I'm way out of touch with it. So no, I haven't, and I've not really heard much about it. So sorry about that one. I can't really comment too much about that one, Tim. Mark, well, Skywatcher 130M is this telescope right here. This is a Skywatcher 130M. The M just simply stands for the motor, that you can attach a motor to them. Would I recommend them? Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, it's one of the best entry-level telescopes I've ever had. And I bought this one on a whim, actually. I was looking for an 8-inch Dobsonian or bigger, and this come on a second-hand channel for £80 all in. The seller said he'd never used it, been used once or twice, and I believed him, especially with the condition when I got it. Yeah, it got the motor, it got everything with it, all the eyepieces, the Barlow lens, £80. I just couldn't. I thought, I've got to buy that. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Excuse me, but for that price, can't go wrong. And I don't regret a minute of it. It's the great telescopes, the 130M. They're a nice focal length. Excuse me. They do have the cons, but they have a lot of pros. But they do have the. You can buy Collimation knobs, Bob's knobs. Great name. I believe that is still on the go. There's one little website that you can get every little thumb screw that you need, and I just wish it had thumb screws. The other thing is, it's got a plastic focuser. Wish it didn't have a plastic focuser. My focuser's under repair at the minute. As you can see, that's why it's all over the place. But apart from that, optically they are fantastic scopes. Highly recommend the Skywatcher 130M. In fact, I'm going to do a full review on this telescope because I've never done it, and I've owned it about 3 years now, so I think it's worth a review, because you can still buy them new, round about 200, and you can even get them lower than £200, or what your country's equivalent to brand new. So yeah. Oh, do you mean this one? This one. I'm just waiting for it to come on picture because I'm about 2 seconds behind everybody. This is my DIY scope. This originally was a 70mm, I think it was about a 600 focal length. That's where the tube come from. The tube's been cut down. The lens cell is out of again another 70mm refractor. So it's a bit of a Frankenstein scope. Again, all low quality, but the optics are actually not bad in it. Just take it off. You can't really see the optics. Hold them up there. A nice little coated, like a purple coating on there. And I got the tube and the lens separate, and this is the original focuser off it as well. And I just chopped everything down, knowing what focal length this was. and it's just a achromatic, you know, double lens system. But that's it here. Great look, and it's all right, you know. But I use it all the time. I used to have it piggybacked actually on here. That's the scope I used to have piggybacked, and it's been all colours over the years. I'm thinking of spraying it again. It looks a bit nasty, doesn't it? A minute. It's like an undercoat grey. But yeah, everything. Even this dust cover is actually homemade. It's extended. I think this is off an old coffee pot. This rim, look. This rim will actually come off. It's but like I say, you can buy them type of telescopes that size pretty cheap. I've seen them around about 50-60 pounds. Skywatcher do one, I think they do a star travel, which will be very, very similar to that. In fact, that's probably what the optics are in that. It's something from like a star travel or something like that. But like I say, if you do see telescopes like this on AliExpress or Wish or anything like that, just check what eyepieces it takes. Yeah, make sure that they are 1.25" and not the small type of eyepieces. If they're the small type of eyepieces, then it's going to be a bunch of trash. Alright, don't buy it. Another thing that you will get with these type of telescopes that you'll find, they come with terrible mounting systems, little lightweight tripods. They are awful. But what I would say there, if that's all you can afford, this type of short tubed, no brand, no make refractor, buy yourself a better quality tripod. You know, a little camera tripod. You know, at least, you know, spend 50-60 pound on one. You're not going to regret it. Okay, you are going to regret trying to use the tripod that's provided with these type of telescopes. They are shocking, to say the least. Don't ruin. Hobby killers is what I call them. Right. Got Samsung 700 telescope from Amazon, £42. The Walking Geek, yeah, you grabbed a 76 700 Altas telescope. Is that a 76 refractor or a reflector? Has it got mirrors or is it glass? Is it glass lenses? Oh, it's a little 3-inch reflector. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Walking Geek. I mean, for the moon and things like that, it is going to be great. You can have no problem with it. And like I say, what mirror it's got in it. If you're enjoying the views, if you're enjoying what you're seeing through that eyepiece, then it's a good telescope. That's all that matters, right? If you're enjoying the views, it's a fantastic telescope. And remember, the best telescope is what, altogether? The one you use the most. Oh, if you can hear a slight growling or grunting, my dog's just down here and he's doing some strange things, grooming, I think. So any strange noises, it's just my dog, Jet. You probably saw him actually on that little video I did earlier. Yeah, $42. Why not? Go for it, you know. I mean, it is a risk. I've got to be honest. You know, I don't want to sound like I'm contradicting myself or being hypocritical. Do avoid, if you can, too good to be true telescopes, especially if they're just from, you know, a shop that doesn't really sell telescopes. They sell everything. And always look for what they're actually advertising. If they start advertising the power and how powerful it is, avoid, walk in the other direction very, very quickly, because that means it's an absolute pile of trash. Okay, no telescope manufacturer ever brags about the power. They brag about the aperture, what's important. So when you go to buy a telescope, if you see that it says the aperture and says nothing about the power, they're the telescopes to actually start tickling your fancy. Raven's Astrophotography, it is round about a bottle 6 up to 7. Unfortunately, not great where I am. It's more like a 6 where I live, but I'm in just on the outskirts of Chesterfield, UK, so I don't get any sodium glow anymore, which is a great thing. So it's round about bottle 6 on a good day. Joseph, of course you can make your own. Have you not seen my video? Have a look in my videos on my main page. I did just that. Unfortunately, I didn't do the building process of building a Dobsonian mount. But yeah, that's where it all started. That's where it all began, by the home hobbyist making not only the mount, but also grinding the mirrors, everything. This is were the best way of having a telescope back in the day. You used to grind your own mirror, get your own tube and the rest of it, excuse me, and certainly make your own Dobsonian mount. And they're pretty simple to make, really, if you do have a little bit of woodworking skills or know somebody that's got a little woodworking skills. They're pretty simple to knock together. And the second-hand market, not really sure, never shopped about really for second-hand Dobsonian mounts, but I'm sure they're probably out there. Yeah, they're pretty easy to make. I have actually been planning on doing a full build video. That should be fun. See how many fingers I can cut off while making that one of a Dobsonian mount, because I did one a couple of summers ago, and it's fantastic. It's great fun. You can't be bothered to, take one of these things out, an equatorial mount, and it's just great. Plug it in there, and away you go. I love Dobsonian mounts. I think they're fantastic. But yeah, definitely you can make them yourself. Polo. You've made your own telescope. Good man, good effort. Well done. Right, did you grind all your mirrors and all the rest of it? Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I'd love to have a go at it. Maybe I'll film it, yeah? We'll have a go. Making my own telescope on this channel. That should be fun. But yeah, I really want to have a go at it. John Dobson's got a... I'm sure it's John Dobson's got a great video still up on YouTube, actually, of him doing the process and grinding the mirrors. And yeah, it's something that actually appeals to me. It's a lot of people's worst nightmare, isn't it? But no, it does appeal to me, so kudos for that, mate. Yeah, well done for that. Fantastic. Tom. Dob owners cuddle their mounts, weirdos. Yeah, I suppose you do, don't you? No, Ross, you're right. You're right. It's right there, buddy. Building your own telescope these days is not cheap. It used to be. It used to be the way to go. You could buy a blank from a glass supplier. Old portals in ships used to be quite popular. And then it just got more popular, basically. I don't think Skywatcher and Celestron helped really, because they suddenly realised that all these old blanks could be turned into astronomical mirrors, and the founder of Celestron Telescopes bought them in the billions. And look where he is today. But no, it isn't a cheap process these days, admittedly. I don't think, to be honest, it would be more cheaper to build your own telescope than buy your own Dobsonian. I mean, you know, Dobsonian reflectors are the way to go, I say, for anybody that's into visual astronomy, new to the hobby. Get yourself an 8-inch Dobsonian, easy to use, you can have loads of light gather, you know, sort of nice solid Dobsonian mount, they're fantastic. And you know, you can pick an 8-inch Dobsonian up now for around about excuse me, £300-400. And I cannot see you actually making a telescope any cheaper than that. You know, by the time you've bought all the compounds for grinding the mirror, or the timber for making the forget, once you've actually made all that, you've got to have your mirror sent off and have it actually surfaced for a reflective surface, which is going to cost you money. Bigger the mirror, the bigger the cost is going to be there. So these days, unfortunately, even though it's more fun to make your own mirror, it's make your own telescope, it's certainly not cheaper. The Walking Geek, yes, absolutely. Um, Definitely the best bang for your buck are Dobsonian telescopes, without a doubt. And don't be worried about collimation, guys. I know a lot of you are still having problems with collimation. This is what this live's about. I know we've been chatting about most things here, but like I say, if you do have problems with collimation, don't be afraid to ask. Because you know it really isn't. There's a knack to it. Admittedly, there's a little bit of a knack to it, but it's one of them things. Once you've done it once and you know what's going off, you'll just go, what am I worrying about? So never be put off with a Dobsonian telescope or a reflecting telescope if you're looking to buy one. They're definitely the way to go just starting out. They really are. You're going to see far more in an 18-inch Dobsonian than you ever will in you know, something like this, a little short tube refractor, or even this, you know, a little 5-inch reflector. An 18-inch Dob's going to do you for lifetime, basically. I mean, I know people that have, that's it, they're happy. You know, seasoned astronomers, they are perfectly happy with an 18-inch Dobsonian. It's just the perfect size. It's just the perfect size. A lot to do as to do with light pollution as well. See, because like me and a lot of you probably live in a town or a city or nearby a town or a city. Well, there's no point in having like a 12-inch Dobsonian if you live somewhere like that, because you're never going to get to use it, because you'll never get the full benefits of having a huge telescope. Because remember, telescopes are not about the power, they're about gathering light in an area. That means also you're going to be gathering unwanted light. So you kind of, whoops, that was my dog just giving itself a little shake. You're kind of fighting a losing battle. So you know what I mean? Always don't get what they call aperture fever. You know, you may have deep pockets and you may be able to afford all this high-tech equipment, but I know people that have 12-inch Dobsonians, and you know which telescope they take out the most? The little 70mm refractors and the little, 6-inch Dobsonians, because they're the ones they use the most. The conditions have to be absolutely perfect to have big aperture telescopes. We all want them, but unfortunately they're not always ideal in suburban life, let's say. Yes, Ross, you're absolutely right there, my friend. Binoculars are a fantastic astronomy tool, very underrated, especially when it comes to beginners, because like I've just mentioned, beginners think it's all about power, and it's nothing, and as you soon quickly realise, power is just part of it. and there's an incredible amount of astronomy that can be done with an half decent pair of binoculars. 7 by 50 binoculars are the ones I will always recommend for astronomy. 7 is just simply the magnification, 50 is the aperture. Remember, I mentioned 50mm in telescopes, not really good, but when it comes to binoculars, that's a good size. The thing is, with binoculars, you have a good field of view, you have a nice wide field of view, and low power, and a good light grasp. These are all good things. Short focal length, all good things when it comes to easy observing. You don't want high power, especially when you're using something in your hand. Yeah, if it's as soon as it starts getting above 10 power in binoculars, not only do the binoculars get heavier to hold, the image is going to be wobbling all over the place, and that's when you're going to start using mounts. So something like 7 by 50s, even 40s are good pair for, or a good size for astronomy viewing. Yeah, fantastic binoculars, highly recommended. Astrophotography. I'm buffing again. What does my dog look like? He is a Staffordshire Bull Terrier cross. What he's crossed with, I do not know. But he's got more staffy in him than he has anything else. So he pretty much looks like a staffy. Soft as a brush. Looks butch, but don't even know what the word butch is. Don't know what aggression is. I don't think he even knows how to bark, to be honest. He knows how to roll over and act stupid and hang his tongue out and stuff. But he's gorgeous. He's my little mate. And he's going to be my future wild camping companion. I'm hoping to be doing some wild camping later on in the year, by the way. That just reminds me. We're going to take binoculars, or maybe maybe this little SV Boney here, you can see. Maybe that with us, and we'll do getting some dark locations and stay the night in Peak District somewhere while camping. That should be fun. And Jet's coming with me as to protect me from the beasts of the night. How's Jet, Matthew? He's fine, thank you, my friend. He's just down here now. He's laid right outside of me. Bosun, the Heritage, yeah, it's a great little scope though, the Heritage. Admittedly, it has got this helical focus, hasn't it? But I don't mind it. I think the helical focus works great on the telescope because it's it's not that demanding. It's I think they do goes up to about a 150, doesn't it? I believe. And because it's such a short focal length, with it only being a 600. The helical focuser works great. You can upgrade them. Good little tip for them, if you do have one of those Heritage Skywatchers, is to use I can't remember what it's called now, plumber's tape. The little white tape that you wrap around taps to get a better seal. PTFT. Am I right there? PTFT tape. Well, anyway, that stuff is plumber's tape. Wrap some of that around your thread of your focuser. It makes it a lot more precise, a lot less wobbly, and really sorts them helical focusers away, which does encourage a lot of stray lighting. Don't worry about it too much if you live in an area where there's dark skies and you haven't got much light pollution. It's not going to be a problem. But if you do live in the city or something like that, and you want to cut as much light pollution out with the Heritage, the open tube telescopes, I would definitely recommend getting a shroud or making a shroud to close that tube up. Easy enough to make a shroud, and there's plenty of videos out there doing just that. Devon, you're having trouble finding the Andromeda galaxy. Have you watched my video on it? What I do is I find Cassiopeia. Now, do you know the constellation Cassiopeia? It's the big W or the big M in the sky. It looks like, depending on where you live, it's either an M, a capital M, or a big W. If I draw onto this piece of paper, if you, what I'll do, if we draw Cassiopeia like a, actually, let's get a clean page, that'll be easier. Excuse me, I've got a bit of a frog in my throat. If we draw Cassiopeia like a big W like this, I've got, like I say guys, if I look like I'm pausing, and it's because I've got a bit of lag. I've got my computer set up as well, and I have like a 2-second delay, so I'm just making sure that you guys can see it. Okay, so if I hold it up there, if you've got Cassiopeia there, if you take this V here, hang on, let's just get it so a little bit overexposed, isn't it? Let me just tap it and see if it'll sort the has that done anything? Not really. Right, let's hold it up there. There we go. Right, that represents Cassiopeia. Okay, now these two, there we go. Right, there we go. These two, if you imagine these as arrows, okay, the points of the W. All right, I'll just point it out here. These will actually, now I'll draw them. I am buffering a bit, but this is trying out. Now, if you can find Cassiopeia, right, what you want to do is measure with your hands the distance of Cassiopeia, right? Oh, that's it. Okay, and I've done it there. That distance from there to there, and then this part of Cassiopeia. Let me just put my finger on it. There, you'll see it looks like an arrow pointing, right? Almost like a arrow pointing. Well, if you go that distance where that's pointing, the same distance or the same width as Cassiopeia, you turn it round and go that distance pointing in that arrow the way that Cassiopeia is pointing, you should find Andromeda. That's the easiest way. I hope you're getting that. Like I say, I'm on a bit of a lag, so it's ever so confusing. So you take that distance. Teething problems, guys. Teething problems. Lesson number 3. Make sure you've got your battery plugged in. Oh dear. Right, we're back. Are we live again? Sorry. Well, that weren't too bad, were it? At least we haven't broke anything. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. My battery ran out. I'm actually using my mobile phone as a webcam. By all accounts, they're better than your webcams. Oh, that's to be seen. But yeah, hopefully we're back. Can you hear me? Have we got sound? Have we got picture? Just give me a shout that you can hear me. Perhaps a little bit low. Let's just alter that. Malcolm Dixon, thank you. Yes, you can hear me. Great stuff. Thank you. My dog's just come in. Let's put that back. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Loud and clear. Fantastic. That means we're back. We're back. OG. Hello, OG. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. All back. Good stuff. Yeah, sorry about that. We were talking about Andromeda, weren't we? And I think a few people helped you out in the chat there. So, yeah, have a look at Cassiopeia. I always say Cassiopeia shows you the way to Andromeda. I have done a video on finding Andromeda easier. Have a look through me things to find playlist and you'll find a video showing you just how to find it. So, right. Let's back to see where we go. Everything looks good and crispy. Good stuff. Camera needs to come up a little bit, doesn't it? Let's try that. Is that a bit better? Getting some thunderstorms, OG. I love thunderstorms. They keep saying we're going to get some good thunderstorms here in the UK, but I hadn't had a thing. We had a little rumble the other night, but I love watching thunderstorms. Fantastic. Duster, how much does the weather matter when observing? It matters a heaps and heaps. It matters a lot. But not so much the weather, it's more the atmosphere and the conditions itself. Summertime usually a lot worse because the days are longer, they're hotter, you get a lot of wobble, if you like. Can't get rid of this frog in my throat, folks. Sorry about this. This is why I prefer winter astronomy. You get a lot still. You get some nice, crisp, sharp, clear nights. High pressure is important. High pressure is really good for visual astronomy and astrophotography. If you ever see a good spell of high pressure over your area, then you're in for a good night. Okay, high pressure means good seeing conditions. Good evening, Richard. Good evening, Richard Newstead. How are you, my friend? Welcome to the chat. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you're having a great weekend. Duster, Clear Outside. Clear Outside is probably the best app that I know of for, and simple, easy to use, for finding out what the atmosphere is. It will tell you everything on Clear Outside. It'll tell you the high cloud, the low cloud, the atmospheric pressure, the seeing conditions, just anything you can think of. Really easy. It's a fantastic free app. There's a web version and everything. And it'll even tell you your portable sky. So Clear Outside, available on the App Store, all platforms. Don't forget, guys, if you're just joining the chat, tonight is just general questions about any problems that you may have. Just starting this amazing hobby that we all share. If you've got any trouble with focus, with eyepieces, collimation, you can't find a target, feel free, don't be afraid, ask a question. If you really want to get that question answered and I don't see it, just keep posting it. I'm sure I'll see it eventually. The chat's not going too fast, so, and it's just why I'm talking like this, and you may ask a question that goes by. So just feel free, any questions that you may be struggling with in starting this new hobby. What animals have you met while you were observing in the night sky? Obviously hedgehogs, many hedgehogs. I love hedgehogs. We've got one that lives in our garden. He always comes and says hello. And if I've got it, I always give him a little bit of cooked chicken. By all accounts, they love cooked chicken. So I always give him a little bit of chicken if he's around. The most scariest one was I was observing, and a bullock once licked my builder's bum. Let's just say that. And that gave me the scare of my life. If you've ever, I don't know if you've ever been licked by a bullock. But they have an incredibly rough tongue, about 3 times as rough as a cat's tongue, and I screamed like a little girl because I thought, I thought Satan himself was upon me. I mean, this is in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock, never heard this thing creep up towards me. And the next thing, I'm bent over doing whatever I'm doing. And yeah. Oh, I'll never forget that night. So yeah, that field on your own. Sorry, Matthew. A builder's bum. A builder's bum is it's when it's when a working person, somebody who works a lot, bends over a lot, and they reveal a little bit too much in the back drift area. Who'd ever thought this channel, this live turned into the conversation on builders' bums? It is a British term, I've got to be honest. All British viewers will know exactly what I'm talking about. But that's what it means. It means exposing a little bit too much around the back trouser area when you're, or pants, wherever you're from, pants area when you're bending over doing something. That's a builder's bum. There you go, new world. Yeah. Oh, Bosun, you keep running out of money. Yeah, bullock. Sorry, Bosun. A bullock is just a castrated bull, I believe, is a bullock. There you go. Whoa, is this farming at small optics? Right then. Plumber's crack. Yeah, there's another one. Plumber's crack. Where's this live going? Oh, sorry, Matthew. I was actually asking what animal you were referring to. So you mean I've been talking about Builder's bum for absolutely no reason whatsoever? I'm on about, if you're on about my dog, he's down here. Yeah, he's keeps crying and moaning. Can you hear him? He's down here. I flick the camera around, but I can't really flick the camera around. People are talking about you. You made me talk about Builder's bum live on YouTube. Do you realise? It's your fault. I've been an animal. Where are we going? I've lost your question now, Bosun. Sorry. He was asking something about something. Sorry, buddy. I've lost your question. OG, sorry. I keep saying OJ, don't I? Different person altogether. You've encountered coyotes, scorpions, black widows. Wow. Yeah, of course. I mean, you guys who live in different countries, you gotta, I never thought of that. That the worst we've got to worry about is bullocks licking you in places that you shouldn't, and hedgehogs. Don't really have to worry about rattlesnakes too much. Tim Yates, if I was starting into astrophotography, what would I buy? I would go and email Astro La Vista and say, Chris, what should I buy? If you're not aware of Astro La Vista, Chris's channel, please go and send him some love. Fantastic channel. He's the channel you want for astrophotography. He's been a great friend since I started this channel. He advised me on, when I was setting the page up. He's even donated a camera to me when my camera went down. But I would simply ask Chris, because I have, I don't know. I wouldn't know where to start. apart from saying I would get a mirrorless DLSR, something DLSR. I always say that wrong. A digital camera. I'll say that, then I'll not say it wrong. Something like that. I know you need things like that. I'd definitely get a better laptop, something a little bit faster. And then let's not even start with the mounts. You know, I've got to start thinking about spending £400-500, probably rest on a new mount. The first thing I would think about is probably getting a bank loan or a better job, because I'd have to finance it first. And that's the thing with astrophotography. So that's pretty much that one answered. I don't really know where to start. It's not my field, buddy. Yeah, Tim Yates, Astro La Vista. What a fantastic name. I always said that. Best astronomy name yet. Yeah, fantastic channel, Chris's channel. Go and check him out. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that he's a really nice chap, and he, you know, if you've got any questions, I'm sure Chris will help you out. I want to do, if Chris is watching, by the way, probably won't be, but I'd love to do some kind of link up live with Chris, and we'll discuss just that, astrophotography, because he's great for that side of things, of the beginner side of things, and getting you started. And Chris, you know, what I was thinking is, you know, one astronomer teaches another astronomer. It'd be a good live, you know, me starting from rock bottom, because I'm sure there's, you know what, I just know for a fact there's so many of you that are interested in astrophotography these days. And honestly, I am too. I've got to be admit, but like I say, I'm more of a visual astronomer, and it does take time, patience, and more importantly, money. But if I do get there, we'll try and sort something like that out. But definitely go and check Chris's channel out. Yeah. I think James Webb's first telescope image, it kind of reminded me of the other one, you know, the deep sky image that we got from why can't I remember? What's the other big telescope called in space? That other big telescope was in spot. My mind just got a blank. What's it called? The other telescope, guys? Hubble. Thank you. Kind of reminded me of that, but only 10 times better. It's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, wow, 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 wow. Can you imagine if we could just, you know, point something like that and see that? Oh, I mean, it's mind blowing, truly mind blowing. Teachers, you know, we're going to learn so much, and I always think, you know, I'm like too much in a rush, because I always think, well, you know, I'm just sorry about that. I've got a train line just at the back of me. There we go. Let me shut that door. Yeah, I always think, you know, what's it going to be like in another 50, 100 years? What are we going to have up there? You know, in another 200 years. So Hubble's just a big, you know, Hubble and James Webb is just the beginning, and it's cutting edge, but it's just the beginning. But yeah, the first image, wow, wow, you know, it's something else, isn't it? What nebula filter would I suggest? All down to aperture. If you've got, when it comes to any filter, and especially with, always think of your aperture first. When it comes to nebula filter, it's slightly different. And which one would I recommend? It's a minefield out there. There's so many of them, and I don't really use them. Purely because I haven't got the aperture to use a nebula filter. You tend to use them more on bigger telescopes, because remember, whenever you put any glass in between the image you're looking at, you are reducing light. Whether that's a filter, a Barlow lens, anything, you know, as soon as light passes through glass, you're losing some of it. So I kind of again, nebula filters are more on the astrophotography type of thing. They can assist in visual under certain conditions, but again, it's usually down to aperture of your telescope, because it will take away some of that precious light that you need whenever you filter anything. Um, but to be honest with you, something as simple as let me see what this one is. Yeah, this. Oh no, this is a. I can't find it at hand. A light. It's kind of a moon splash light pollution filter. They can be quite handy. They can be quite useful for. And it doesn't matter what brand you get or what make you get, really. They're pretty much the same. Just avoid cheap stuff. Yeah, like anything. Avoid it. If it's too cheap to be, then it's usually going to be made of plastic. You always want glass when it comes to filters. Okay, that's the only advice I give you. It doesn't matter if you if you that camera looks like it's going to fall over. Let's just move that. Like I say, as long as it's glass, usually they're okay. But these light pollution filters, they're I can't remember. I don't know where mine is. I thought I had it on this table. The light/moon filters, I think they're called. And the thing is with those, they're not very dark at all. Just using something like that, you don't have to specifically buy a nebula filter. You know, at the end of the day, they're coloured glass, yeah, apart from maybe the UV filters and things like that, and the more high-end filters. But when it comes to nebula filters, they're just like kind of cancelling out certain spectrums of light and things like that. They do help, but I've not found them a massive help visually. Okay, I've never really, thought, oh, I need my filter, I'm going to see that 100% better, because I haven't really got the aperture to get the benefit of nebula filters, and that's something just to take into consideration. If you've got anything below 4 inches of aperture, I wouldn't bother with them. Mr. 123 looks like he's had some nice. What did he have? Sorry for the late question. I hope you're still around. Some of these people that have asked questions and I've not done this question. Is there a huge difference between a 3-inch refractor from the 90s and a new one? Oh, is there a huge difference? Cheaper these days, mass produced and of quality. At one time of day, it was either cheap optics, bad views, or really expensive optics, good views. But now it seems to be you can get cheaper optics and have pretty decent views because of how they're managing to manufacture a mass-produced mirror and lenses. But I can even go one step further than that and maybe even go back, let's go back another decade and go to the 80s. Telescopes were certainly better, in my opinion, in the 80s, especially entry-level telescopes, when you went to the astronomical side of things, not the department store. The reason being, they were usually made of steel. Everything was steel. Every part of them. The eyepieces were metal. The focuses were metal. Just everything. They were just better built. They were on better mounts. There were none of this cheap plastic wobbly mounts, even though the mounts weren't ideal. I'm not saying they were, but I'd certainly prefer an 80s mount to a 90s mount. So optically, telescopes are definitely improved a little bit as budget vs quality. Yeah, they. I'd go for an 80 scope any day over a 90 scope. That's my answer on that one. Personal opinion, but that's where I stand on that. Right, then where are we? By the way, guys, folks, hello. If you just joined the chat, thank you so much for joining. We're just doing a general chit chat today. It's anything astronomy related that you might be having problems with if you're a beginner. This can range from collimation, focus, eyepieces, any question that you may have. Don't be afraid to ask. You know what I'm saying? We're at all levels on this channel. There's no ego, nothing. I won't allow it on this channel. You know, there's no snobbery, no equipment snobbery, none of that. If you've got a question, just feel free. Don't be frightened. Just slam it in the chat, and hopefully I'll get round to you, or somebody else in the chat will answer. You, my friend. Thank you for joining us tonight. Yeah, good to see you, buddy. By the way, if there's anybody from our Facebook group and I don't recognise you on the chat, hello. You know, because I know everybody has different angles, don't they? Everybody has different names. You know, some people are called different things on different platforms. So, yeah, hello to all my Facebook group people that might be in the chat. If I don't recognise you, big hello. Sorry about that. Yeah, Bosun, I agree. Pretty much what I said about light pollution filter. Um, like I say, some filters do come under the guise of nebula filters, but they tend to be for bigger telescopes and astrophotography. For visual, honestly, they're going to be more of a hindrance in most cases than a help. But like Bosun rightly says, something like a cheap light pollution filter or a very um, opaque moon filter will do just as good. Like Bosun says, just to give you that better contrast, darken the sky a little bit better. Another little tip when you're looking for nebula actually is it's good practice to always use a high powered eyepiece. Yeah, when you're searching for things, it just gives you that bigger field of view and a nice wide scope of the sky. But when you do find the nebula that you're looking for, instead of using a filter, what you can do is increase the magnification a little bit. If you're using a 25, maybe knock up to a 15, something like that. If you're using a 15, maybe like knock up to a 10 millimeter. What this is going to do is going to really darken the sky. They're going to darken the background of the sky a little bit, and making that deep sky object just pop that little bit more. You may find that, especially with smaller telescopes, more beneficial than actually these filters, which may just cut out just too much light for. Right, guys, anybody got a good go-to hand controller that they're having problems with? I have come across this problem years and years ago when I did have a go-to, little bits of hiccups, and I got them resolved, and it's that long ago I cannot remember. So if anybody knows on Raven's Astrophotography, he's having problems with his EQ3 and controller. He's got the cable connected and controller on my laptop, and now it only recognises power from his laptop. When I connect it, not all from a small computer. Like I say, buddy, I can't really help you on that. A little bit past my tech. I haven't got nothing that, or my brain can't remember that far back. So anybody in the chat that can help Raven about that, much appreciated, guys. Moon and sky glow, James. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. The Moon and Sky Glow filter. That's the one I use, I believe. I don't know where it is. It was here. I did use it on my last live, actually. I thought I'd put it to one side, actually. Let me just look up here, guys, and I'll show you which one. And you can buy these, actually, pretty cheap. Don't worry about brand, okay, too much. I believe, I think they're around about 10, 20 pounds, something like that. They're not expensive. Let's just see if it's up here. I know I did have it on my last live. No, it's not there. I'll put a pop-up when I edit this video of what it is if I can't find it. It may be on end of an eyepiece, actually. No. Is it on any of these? No. Can't find it, guys, but they are. But that's the one. And they do the trick. Because, like I say, they're not too dark. They're pretty light and they work well with smaller aperture telescopes. So remember, the bigger the aperture, the darker your filter wants to be, basically. Especially when it comes to the moon. With Nebula, always be careful. You don't want too dark, no matter what size your telescope is, really. Because a deep sky object, even in a great big Dobsonian, is still always going to look like a faint, fuzzy blob. Just remember that. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to say your name. That's a very naughty name, Skiddy Poo. It's a funny name, a very naughty name. I like it, Skiddy Poo. Right, you want the ideal focal length for Planetary. When it comes to Planetary and visual, it's always good to go for a longer focal length. Something like a 900 up to 1,000 and above. This is going to give you a slightly better magnification, like a higher magnification for the planets. But please remember, the planets will always look small in any telescope. What you see in photographs and the rest of it, they are enlarged, all right, quite considerably enlarged. A planet in a telescope is, how can I compare? It's tiny, okay? It's tiny. It's like, you know, a couple of millimeters across in the eyepiece. And it can be quite disappointing for newbies. You know, they think, you know, they see these pictures, but always remember, and I've always said it, they are pictures, they are photographs. And they are blown up, okay? A planet is always going to look small in the eyepiece. But to get it that slightly bit bigger that you're talking about, you said you want to get it a little bit bigger in the eyepiece. Like I say, focal length is your key. Mac, because they really do zigzag the focal length, even though they're only about this long. They can be like, you know, 1,000 millimeters and above in focal length, and it's just where they bounce light inside. Another thing is using a Barlow lens. A Barlow lens will always give you an extra focal length. Remember, a Barlow lens does not double your magnification or triple your magnification. What it does is it alters the focal length. It does nothing to the magnification, just the focal length. An increasing focal length of any telescope will make any given eyepiece magnify a lot more. Okay, so a 10 millimeter in a 900 will magnify around about 90 times. And you put it with a Barlow lens in it, you're going to get around about 180 times. But it's not because you've magically changing the eyepiece's magnification, you are altering the telescope's focal length. So focal length is the key for good planet busting telescopes, and of course aperture. Always go for the biggest aperture you can afford, basically. But don't fall into the old trap of aperture fever. You don't want them too big. You still need to be able to use it, especially under light pollution skies. Right about 8 inch is a fantastic ideal size. 8 inch, 1000 and above focal length is your perfect planet busting telescope. Scott B, that's fantastic. That's good to hear, Scott. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome, buddy. Great to hear. And I hope, was it a good buy? Are you still enjoying your telescope? I hope you are. Yeah. What did you finish up with? What did you finish up buying? No worries, Skiddy. No worries at all, my friend. Basically, so if you've just got a new telescope, or if you're new to the hobby, you've got any questions at all, no matter what they are, whether it's just about stargazing in general, focus, anything, anything you may be having trouble with, feel free, drop a question in the chat, and if I can't answer it, I'm sure somebody in the chat will. Eyepieces. Eyepieces. What would you like to talk about eyepieces? Do you have a question about eyepieces? OG. No, but you are going to need dark skies to see the Ring Nebula with a 70mm, and it will look pretty small and pretty faint. If you know where to look and you know what you're looking at, then yes, absolutely, you're going to see it with a 70mm. But you may need to just hit up the magnification. And the problem is with a 70mm and deep sky, of course, when you add power, more magnification, you're losing light. So if you know exactly what you're looking at, you can just increase that magnification a little bit. Start off with a 20mm, something like that. The Ring Nebula will look like an out of focus star. That's the first thing that you're going to see. You'll just see a star that just looks kind of out of focus or a little bit bigger than the others. It can be a little bit of a challenge at first when you first look at it, especially in a 70mm refractor. But it is possible. Like I say, once you think, well, I'm sure that's it, just increase your magnification a little bit. Knock up to, if like say, if you're using a 20mm, maybe knock it up to a 15. You can get away with a 10mm in something like a 5-inch reflector, and still get enough light. I'm not so sure in a 70. Like I say, it's a long time since I've looked for the ring, but I have seen the Ring Nebula in a 70mm averted vision. It's definitely going to be the key there with aperture, with that kind of aperture. Is once you get it, just look off to one side, you know, the old averted corner of the eye phenomena, and look at the Ring Nebula that way. And but it is possible. Dark skies are preferred, but don't give up. You will see it under the right conditions. IJ Beer. IJ's beer. You're taking your little brother. Fantastic, mate. I'll have a good time. And his first time observing. Well, what you're showing him is I couldn't recommend anymore. If the planets are up and he's never seen Saturn before, there's the first thing to point your telescope at. It's what got me hooked. It's what got a lot of people hooked in astronomy. The first time, they'll never forget the first time. Excuse me, you'll never forget the first time you see Saturn. It's a fantastic thing. Just the Milky Way, I've always mentioned it. Just pointing your telescope straight up towards Cygnus or something like that, you're going to get a nice spot of the Milky Way. Is a lovely thing to always look at. Some of the brighter galaxies, of course, Andromeda is a great thing to point your telescope towards. If somebody's never seen Andromeda, always great. And of course, Albario. Albario's a lovely, easy to find double star to show a little bit of colour in the night sky, because you know, there's a lot of black and white up there, and most things are in black and white. And once you point your star at Albario, if you don't know how to find Albario, it's in Cygnus, the cross. It's the last star of the cross, the base of the cross, if you like. So quick search on how to find Albario. Look on my channel. I've got a full video all about finding Albario. So that's one thing you can certainly point and show your brother. Surely appreciate a little bit of colour in that black and white sky. But whatever you do, have great fun, pair of you. Yeah, love it. Myrtus. Again, Chris, Astro La Vista. Astro La Vista, I will leave a link to his channel in the description. Has done a great video on collimating a collimator. I can do a video on it, buddy. I'm not really set up to do a collimation video at the minute on collimating one of these things. It can be an issue. It's one of the reasons I don't particularly like using these things. But yes, I will definitely leave you a link after this live. I don't think I can do it while we're doing live, but Chris from Astro La Vista has done a great video on collimating these things. If you do look at your collimator, just briefly, you may have noticed, if I bring it up to the camera, it does have these holes. I'm waiting for the lag to catch up. Can you see those holes around the top? And they fit with a little Allen wrench, a little Allen key, and you can alter it that way. They work on the same principle as like a finder scope. I haven't got my finder scopes. It's, you know, like the optical finder scopes that work on the 3-screw system, and you line it up. It works similar to that. And admittedly, it's one of the worst things I've ever done. I hate collimating these. They're just a nightmare. Some people say, oh, it's not really, it's just like collimating a finder scope, but I didn't think it were. It took me about 40 minutes to get this anywhere near. But that's how you do it. You may find as well that some collimators, these little collimation screws for collimating the collimator, are actually blocked up with like little rubber seals. They do that because they actually factory collimate them, and then they fill them with like a wax or a resin or a little rubber compound to actually hold those little locking nuts in place to prevent you from actually having to collimate them. But that doesn't always work. You know, some things do pass through quality control, and they're not always collimated. And what you may have to find to expose the little Allen screws, but that's one of the reasons they do inject them with a little bit of resin, just to keep them in collimation sometimes. But like I say, if need be, you can gouge that out and get it out of there, so you can collimate it. It is a bit of a slow, painstaking method. I will do a video eventually, probably, on that, on how to collimate one of these things. But like I say, look for Astro La Vista, how to collimate a collimator. and Chris will show you how to go on about that. He's also linked in my recommends, Chris's channel. If you just look for channels that I recommend at the bottom of my main page. No problem, Mertus. No problem, my friend. Yeah, Tim. Like I've just said, you do sometimes have to dig that little seal out, don't you? Jason Pitterman, have I ever been splitting stars? Yeah, I do it all the time, just to test my telescope, really, and make sure my collimation, it's a good test for collimation. Stellarium, something like that, find some nice double stars, some hard to split stars, and see if you can actually split them with your telescope. It's a really good test for your the resolution of your telescope, and also for your conditions. If you can start splitting double stars and triple stars and quadruple stars, you know the conditions are good, and it's a good bit of fun. If you've run out of targets, you know, Jupiter's set, Saturn's set, the moon's set, Andromeda's not quite visible, what do I look at next? Well, start looking for double stars. They're a great thing to look for. And like I say, a good test for your eyesight, for your eyepieces, for your telescope, and for the conditions. Devin, is that right? Devin Giles? You've just ordered a one Skywatcher Dobsonian tabletop telescope. I always recommend for your first upgrade Plossels. Now, Plossel is just the design of the lenses, the arrangement of the lenses in the eyepiece, and many manufacturers do Plossels. Skywatcher, Celestron, uh, Explore Scientific, you name it. All the top names will do a Plossel eyepiece. They're a great first upgrade to your standard, what they call modified achromats. This is a modified achromat. You may be quite familiar with it. They're very popular with Skywatcher telescopes. These are okay. They're like the next step up from the old Kellner. There's nothing wrong, especially with the lower power one. I believe this was this one, 25 in it. Yeah, 25, Super 25 they call it. These are a great little eyepiece. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong. This is why I've still got this one. I've had this one years. And I still use it to this day because they're not that demanding on the telescope, and they're great, you know. But your 10mm that comes with your telescope, the modified achromat, I'm just writing it. I'm thinking about telescopes here. Modified achromat. Yeah, am I saying that right, guys? Tell you, it's been a long day, guys. It's been a long day. Yes, but the 10mm of these eyepieces, definitely I would recommend upgrading to a 10mm Plossel, or even better, a 15mm Plossel. I think 15mm, my 15 somewhere, is the eyepiece. It's my go-to eyepiece. It's good for the planets. It works well with the Barlow lens. It's good for deep sky. They're just a good all-rounder, a 15mm Plossel. So a good Plossel is going to knock you back about 30, 40 English pounds, or whatever your country's equivalent to. It's a good solid upgrade to one of these modified achromats. Modified achromats. For some reason that don't sound right, but I think it is. Yes, James. definitely Explore Scientific, a great choice of eyepiece. A little bit pricey on some of them, but well worth the money. I think I've got one Explore Scientific somewhere kicking around, but they are great eyepieces. Matthew, Turn Left at Orion is the absolutely must go to have book for any astronomer who's just starting out in the hobby. There's two that I would recommend. There's one sponsored by Philips. There's one that does Philips does one. It's a little. I wish I got them on hand. I could run and find them. They're in the other room though. Turn Left at Orion is fantastic. That will give you. I say that, but it's a bit cliche because everybody recommends Turn Left at Orion. But is it the most beginner friendly book? I'm not so sure. It's got some great information, but I'm not so sure about the star charts and the way they show how to find things in Turn Left at Orion. For somebody that's seasoned, they're definitely, they're a doddle. But for absolute beginners, I would go more for the one that's a yearly book by Philips. It's a little booklet. And it will tell you every event that's happening throughout that year, and really easy to understand little star charts. It's only about £7, £7 English. I believe it's international, but I'm sure you can get it worldwide. And they're the two books I would recommend. No problem, Matthew. No problem, my friend. Or anything by Patrick Moore. Anything by Patrick Moore is just a fantastic author of, and just got a way about. Yeah, Matthew, Phillips stargazing. Just bear with me 2 seconds, and I shall see if I can find it. I've got one from last year, I believe. I'll go and have a quick look, see if I can find it for you. 2 minutes, guys. Here we go. Right, that was quick. I actually found them. This is the one I'm talking about. This is the 2020 version. Stargazing month by month night sky guide by Philips. And you can get this each year. That's the one. If you see that, hold that up. See, I'm on a lag, guys, so I have to wait until my picture changes. That's the one I look. I'll tell you for why. If you just look at the how easy the star charts are in there. If I hold that up there, not going to focus. Not going to focus. Focus. Or is it that way? Is it that way? That way. Focus. So you got really easy star charts to follow there, and also what I do love about this book, one of my main, that's 10 marks for that, 10 full astronomy points for that, is they have a calendar. So it's like a little diary all the way through for each month. Can you see that? If I hold it up, there we go. So you've got March calendar, and on every calendar, oops, I can't get this camera on. Everything's topsy turvy. Go on. It's like looking through a reflector. This It's like looking through a telescope. Go one way, go the other. Yeah, so you got this nice little calendar with all little important little dates marked onto calendar, and on every month with these lovely little easy to follow star charts. Absolutely love this. So look for those. Now this one's for Britain and Ireland, and I do believe they are for any country. Don't quote me on that one though, but I'm sure you can get them for anything. But they're a fantastic book. And of course, this is the trusty, no dust cover on it a minute, but this is the Turn Left at Orion, the hardback version. This is the, God, which edition's this? He says, what can I buy you for Christmas? I want this version of Turn Left at Orion. And he bought me this years ago. So, right, here we go. Yeah, I just want to show you the difference of why I would recommend this over Turn Left at Orion before, is because if you look at their star charts, let's go and hold this up. There's an example, and even though they're clear and I can perfectly understand it, you can see that they're not very detailed, and for somebody that's new to the hobby, that can be a little bit complicated. Even though it tells you everything that you need to know in Turn Left at Orion, I still think you need a little bit of knowledge when it comes to viewing the night sky. It does tell you all this in the beginning of the book. It tells you how to go on with your telescope and things like that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking it. I think it's a fantastic book. I use it all the time. But for an absolute beginner, for cheapness, this Phillips one, they're great, with that little diary that it's got in it. So yeah, they're my two book recommends anyway. RLMC Nugsy, good night my friend, thank you for joining. I hope you've enjoyed the chat, at least. Thanks for dropping by my friend, take it easy. Tim Yates, no problem mate, if you're still on, thank you for dropping by my friend. Triton, oh you're all dropping out, yeah, look, you're all leaving me. What are you doing? Triton, thanks, yeah, no problem my friend, you take care. Go for it, Matthew. Yeah, it is a good book. It is a good book, Turn Left at Orion. Highly recommended by a lot of astronomers. It's been around for a while now, but it is a fantastic book. Oh, RLMC, do apologise, my friend. I thought it was you. It's these glasses. I think I need to clean them. So, how long have we been on now? 2 hours. Wow. I wonder if I've got a sore throat. Collie Wally, great to hear my friend. I hope it stays clear for you. Yeah, I don't know what it's like outside tonight here in the UK. I've not actually looked. It was pretty good before the sun. We had a nice sunset. So yeah, happy observing, mate. Hope it stays clear for you. Yeah, Malcolm Dixon, the Phillips book is really easy. It's a lot more easy to understand, a lot more user friendly than Turn Left at Orion, I think. And I can't believe, I mean, like I say, it's the last one I bought was in 2020. So I didn't even get one for this year. So, and I love it. I love it. It's a great little book. I'm just glad they're still doing it. They've been at it years now. They've been at it some years now, that Phillips little book. Yeah, fingers crossed, Collie Wally. I hope it does, my friend. Yeah, nothing worse. Mertus, he's saying you got to go to work, buddy. Good on you, my friend. Don't work too hard. Hope it stays clear for you, buddy. Jason Pittman, how many times do I go out to do some astronomy? Every single time it's clear, without fail, unless I'm pre-engaged doing something else. And even if it's just go and sit outside on this chair that I'm sat on now, sometimes I'll just go and put the chair out there, get myself a coffee, and just gaze at the night sky. And if you're looking at spring, summer, doesn't matter, I'm out there. Might not be all night, but at least I'll definitely get out there and spend at least half an hour on a clear night. Yeah, never get bored of it. OG, have I taken astronomy class before? No, absolutely not. No, the only astronomy class I've taken is the astronomy class of The Sky at Night by the late great Sir Patrick Moore. That's where I learned everything I know, basically, and from his books that he wrote, many hundreds of books. So there's some more books while we're on the subject. Anything by Patrick Moore. He's done a plethora on the moon. If you want to know anything about the moon, Patrick Moore is the man to look up and get the author on there. But no, I've never had any lessons or anything like that. All self-taught. Same with music. I'm a guitarist as well. I've been playing guitar all my life. And it's like I said earlier in the chat, I don't think it's got anything to do with talent or education. If you want to do something, you believe it enough, you can do it. So that's why I've never had any lessons. I just thought I'm going to do this. When I learned guitar, I thought I'm going to learn how to play it. And I learned how to play it. Never had a lesson. And same with astronomy, really. But it's always good to have pointers, and you're never ever too wise to know everything. I will never admit that I know everything about astronomy, and I would never admit to know everything about guitar. And if you ever come across a person who says, I know everything, I don't need to learn anymore, take a wide berth. Avoid. You're always learning, all the time. Mertus, only unless you have. Mertus is asking, he's got a fuzzy. Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about it at all. My secondary has got a big chip, the size of a peanut, around the edge of it, that I did. Foolishly enough, surprise, surprise. By an eyepiece that had a loose barrel, and the barrel dropped through, knocked a big chip the size of a peanut. Does not affect my viewing at all. The important part of mirrors is just off center, especially on the primary. It's just off center of the primary mirror. The edges are not really important. Well, they are a little bit more as it comes to the primary, but it won't affect your views. And if it is affecting your views, then yes, by all means clean it. But be very, very careful. Remember, it's not like a shaving mirror or even the secondary mirror. The secondary mirror, the coating is literally right there, and it's a very, very, very fine coating. As where mirrors and a glass mirror, like you would like a shaving mirror, have a protective layer of glass over the reflective surface, if you get what I mean. But astronomical mirrors, they have no glass above the reflective surface, so that it's literally like gold leaf, if you like. It's as fine as that, and it will tear and will mark if you're not careful. But be very, very careful when cleaning telescope mirrors. Only clean mirrors if it's affecting your views. Okay, if it's not, leave them alone. You can do far more damage cleaning than you can just leaving them alone. Well, we've got 34 watching. Welcome to the chat, everybody. If you're just joining, we're doing a quick chat, troubleshooting, anything that you may have. If you've just started the hobby, you've got any questions at all about your telescope, about finding objects, about anything at all, feel free to ask. If I don't know the answer, then I'm sure somebody in the chat will answer. And you may be sat there thinking, oh, I want to ask that, but I don't want to feel silly. Don't think like that. There's none of that behaviour happening on my channel, trust me. So if you do have a question, just go for it, guys. Just fire away. No problem, Myrtus. No problem, my friend. Yeah, quite true, OG. OG, yeah. I mean, I learn things all the time. You know, I still watch YouTube videos on things that I've done for years. You know, whether that's building trade, guitar, astronomy, and I'll go, wow, that's a really good idea. Never heard of that before. You know, and it only takes let's face it, an idiot to say that they know it all. You know, anybody that says they know it all, then I'm afraid I ain't got time for people like that. Nobody knows it all. Nobody. RLMC, Nugsy. Yeah. Oh, so you've not actually got a telescope yet? Well, you're in for a treat, my friend. You're in for a treat. I often say that. I envy people that have not ever seen Saturn or never seen the craters of the moon through a telescope before. You know, that first time, yeah, oh man, it's fantastic. So I do miss that. I do miss that. Not, I mean, I'd get new levels of entertainment every time I look at the night sky. But that first time when you just go, what? You know, you look away from the eyepiece, you're like, am I really seeing what I'm seeing here? It's a fantastic feeling. So you're going to enjoy it, my friend. You're going to enjoy it. You need a builder, Tom. What do you need doing? Yeah, well, if you lived local, I'd be around. I need a bit of work. Good stuff, Nugsy. Good stuff, my friend. Yeah, watch as many YouTube channels as you can possibly see when you're buying a new telescope. Get as much information as you can, and you know you're going to enjoy it even better. Like I say, I just wish there was these kind of things when I were first getting into it. Eyepiece, a good mid-range eyepiece is far better, and it's going to, no matter what telescope you buy, a nice mid-range eyepiece is going to be so much better than any cheap, you know, Barlow lens or 3mm eyepiece you can ever buy on Wish or anywhere like that. So yeah, just keep it in moderation. Take your time. You'll have a lot, years and years of fun. Ah, you want a new bathroom? Oh, well, we're on to bit plumbing there, aren't we? A bit plumbing and carpentry for bathrooms. A bit beyond my field now. I were a roofer more than anything for years. General property maintenance, but we really specialised in roofs. You know, ripping roofs off, putting new roofs on, guttering, boundary walls, conservatories, that kind of thing. And we usually had people in to fit bathrooms, so a bit out of my field that, Tom. I'm not kitted up, buddy, anymore. That's the problem. All the my building tools, you know, I just ain't got them anymore. I ain't even got a van anymore. Mertus, it's been a pleasure to have you, my friend. You take care, good care. Look out, make sure you got a notification switched on because there'll be some more lives coming up. Yeah, take care. Good to have you, buddy. Nice to see you. Is Collie Wally off or is Collie Wally gone? Alright, buddy. Sorry I missed you. If you said goodbye, have a good evening, my friend. Thanks for dropping by. OJ. OG. I keep calling you OG. I keep calling OG OJ. I do apologise. OG. I'll call you Shot Glass. Okay, Shot Glass. Yeah, I'll not get that mixed up. Yeah, I bet it was. Um, well, you know, when you say about lessons, I suppose the only lessons I've actually been to lectures. Used to have a few lectures at my astronomy club. I suppose you could class them as a lesson, couldn't you? But yeah, we used to have some lectures. But 1 degree Celsius. Oh, Collie Wally's still here. Hello, Collie Wally. I love your name, by the way. Collie Wally, that's a great name. I like rhyming things. Slips off the tongue. Well, I'm a masterclass in astronomy. I wish I were. I don't know. I wouldn't say masterclass, if that's what you're referring to as me. We all talk about what we know, and that's it. If, beyond what I know, I will admit I don't know it. You know. Yeah, curly whirlies. Yeah, remember those curly whirlies? Is the unlimited Keko? The unlimited is that right? You oh, ultimate Keko. Sorry, my friend. Is the Celestron 1.2 or 3 times Barlow? Is a good Barlow. Uh, yeah, it'll be okay. Can't say I've personally used one. Personally, I would go if they do a 2 times in that range. I would go for the 2 times over the 3. Even though 3 times Barlow is not too bad, you're just on the border of it being a little bit too powerful for visual astronomy. I wouldn't go any more than a 3 times Barlow. But with it having the mark of Celestron, I should imagine it'll be okay. Yeah, I don't think you'll have many problems with it. Any Celestron, I have used Celestron Barlows. In fact, the one I'm using at the minute is the Celestron Omni, the Omni 2 times Barlow. Fantastic budget Barlow. Around about 20, 30, 40 pounds. All depends on where you get them from. I should have all these things at hand so I could show you, couldn't I? But I've only got a few handful of things. Yeah, Collie Wally. We'll all blow hard. Maybe if we all blow hard in the one direction, we can move them clouds away. Yeah, it is a nightmare. It is a nightmare. I remember doing a video not so long back, and I think I was filming Saturn, and it was absolutely crystal clear everywhere apart from where Saturn was, and there was one little bank of cloud, unfortunately. It just happens all the time, especially when people buy. Yeah, if anybody's buying a new telescope or bought a new telescope, don't comment because you'll jinx the weather for us. It just seems to be the case, doesn't it? You buy a new eyepiece, you buy a new telescope, and it's just like cloudy for about 3 months. Jaden, yeah, well, out of them all, I would recommend the Celestron Omni because I've used it. You know, I've not actually used the what was the other one that was it Collimation that mentioned it? No, it was the yeah, it was Keko, weren't it? You want to do threes, and the reason I chose three times was because I'd like to do some photography. Yeah, fair enough, buddy. If you're using the three times Barlow for photography, it will be good, especially if you're using a smaller chip camera, something like the S3 Bony 105 or the 205, or even a mobile phone. A three times Barlow is certainly going to boost that image up a little bit, giving you a bit more space for the pixels, the small pixels, like. But don't go above three times Barlows. Trust me, and I think even for astrophotography, they can be a little bit too much. I do have a five times Barlow. It's okay for the moon. You'll always get away with massive amounts of magnification for the moon and things like that because it's so big and bright, basically. But everything else, I would leave around about two times Barlow. Yeah, James. Yeah, this isn't it. It's same with anything. Whenever you buy, always seems to something work against you when you buy something new. Oops, tearing. This one's tore on this one on this 25, and that's purely because I keep taking it off. I use this quite often with my mobile phone. There isn't any real prevention, to be honest. They just seem to rip sometimes. All depends. You're on about the foldable eye cups, aren't you? Let's have a look. I don't think of. Again, I've not got one handy. The reason why they put those eye cups on is it's for two reasons really. One's for it does block out a little bit of light to stop like strain light come in. Another one is a little bit comfier for your eye. But if you do wear eyeglasses, you do need to pull them back. You know, retract them so purely that you can get closer to the eyepiece. They do tear. It's one of them things. You can actually buy spares if you look for an eye cup. I think they sell them on eBay. Just a non-branded make, and one size usually fits all. But yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing a lot you can do with them. They do perish after a while. Eye cup controllers. Sometimes eye cup. I can't think what you call them. Eye cups. We'll call them eye cups. Retractable eye cups. They do perish eventually. They do come with a little bit of lubricant, if you've noticed, sometimes when you first buy them, and that's to stop them from actually getting dried out. But unfortunately, there's not a lot you can really do about that. They do wear out eventually. Where are we? At 75 mentioned with a phone camera that's between mediocre and good. You can that's amazing. I don't know. I think that's an Antis or something, isn't it? Ah, right. Ultimate. Is it ultimate? Is it ultimate? Yeah, ultimate Keko. I assume you're talking about 75 magazine. I assume you're talking about Rings of Saturn. Believe it or not, you can actually see the ring different on a phone. What you want to do on your phone camera, especially if you're doing images of the planets, make sure your exposure isn't too high. If your exposure is too high, you will bleed out the rings, because remember, it is only going to be small on the actual screen. Do a little bit of digital zoom in as well. It doesn't hurt. Don't do too much though. It will cause a lot of noise on your you know, if you really zoom in. But just a little bit of pinch zoom on your camera, that will help as well, just to pick up. And just make sure that you want to start off with a, you know, really low brightness. Make sure your exposure is right down, and you're better off bringing it up than actual you know, starting off high and coming down low. Start off low and slowly bring it up, just so you can actually start seeing the rings, because like I say, exposure will wash them out, especially on something like a phone camera. I will be doing more on astrophotography with a phone camera, because I've done quite a bit of it in the past. I mean, in times gone by, it used to be called afocal photography, and you used to use a camera and put a camera up to the eyepiece. I suppose digiscoping is another word you could call it today. And that's the type of photography I've done quite a bit of. When it comes to astro cameras, it's a new field, you know, where you've got to start downloading extra software and the rest of it. I'm just dipping my toes into that side of it. You use the lowest exposure you could, right? Okay, I mean, you see, without actually seeing your setup, it's hard to tell you what issues you're getting. Another thing is, if you're using your phone's preset, I don't know what phone you're using, see, all phones are different. If you're using your phone's preset exposure settings, sometimes they don't bring it down low enough. And sometimes you have to get an additional app, something like Open Camera, or manual camera is another free app that you can use. Will give you a bigger range of exposure, where you can virtually take it to black, you know, to black, no screen, to really overexposed screen. So just check for that. Make sure also that on your phone setting that you're going into pro mode. Make sure it goes onto professional mode, where you've got plenty of freedom with your exposures. Yeah, James, I've just said that. Yeah. Look for apps, gives you a lot more range, doesn't it? Like I say, Open Camera, Manual Camera are two good apps that will give you a full range of the exposure settings. Scopes used? Yeah, why not? Why not, Tom? You know, I've said this about second-hand equipment. I'm all for it, especially today. You know, we're all skin. Let's face it. Um, So yeah, second-hand market, go for it. But I would always recommend, if you are going for a telescope second-hand, if you can get to go and see it, go and see it first. You know, even if you don't know anything about telescopes, just check that everything looks right. Do a little bit of research. You know, make sure that the mirrors look right, nice and clean. There's no scratches on the mirrors. Just obvious things, cosmetic details. Look if there's any dints, bangs on the telescope, things like that. You know what kind of life it's had. So yeah, it's always best to just have a quick look at your telescope before you actually buy it second hand. But I'm all for that, Tom. I'm all for second hand market. Some good stuff to be had out there. Is it possible to stack focal reducers? There's a question. Don't know. Anybody know that, guys? Focal reducers. Now, I should imagine you're talking about like stacking filters, yeah? Because you can stack filters, you can put, especially when it comes to coloured filters and things like that, you know, there's absolutely no laws that say you can't stack as many filters as you want on top of each other. But a good question. I don't know about focal reducers. Can you stack them? Oh, can you, excuse me guys, can you give me honey? Please, thank
upstairs.
What you do upstairs? Just take honey upstairs.
Yeah, Saturn is becoming, well, it's a bit of a, it's funny with Saturn. Excuse any background noise, by the way. My daughter and my beloved's just come in. They're just making a cup of tea and stuff. I have actually taken over the kitchen, so I can't really say anything.
Two honey tour.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah, Saturn. Around August, end of August, September, it's going to climb higher and higher, and it's going to get better for seeing. But unfortunately, the rings are closing up, so soon they are going to be edge on. And even though this planet is actually getting nice and high and easy to observe, the rings are starting to close up. So soon the rings are going to be pretty hard to see, unless you've got an exceptionally large telescope. But don't worry, it will open up again. They're not gone forever. But yeah, unfortunately, that's what's going to happen with Saturn this year. Hey, there's nothing wrong with beloved, Matthew. I always call my beloved beloved. If I don't call her beloved, I'll call her hair indoors, and then if I call her that, I'll get a black eye. Yes, James, correct. She's gone upstairs, she didn't hear that. She don't watch my video, so I'm alright. My eyes are safe for now. Oh, you've just been eating your dinner, pal. Got noises of dogs eating and all sorts on this channel. Yeah, guys, if you're just joining the chat, welcome to the chat. The live, we're just talking general chit chat about any questions that you may have about your new telescope, or general questions about finding stuff, or just astronomy questions in general that you may have. Feel free to ask. Don't be frightened to ask any question that you may have. Hey Tom, how are you, my friend? Good to see you. You're from Duster. Any good accessories, should I say, for reflector telescopes? Where do you begin? Depends on what you want the accessory for. There's plenty. Yeah, you can upgrade your finder scope, as Tom's just rightly said. Eyepieces are always good accessories to upgrade. Weights. Is it a reflector telescope? If you've got a Dobsonian, a good accessory is sometimes extra weights. Now you can get weights, or you can make them, because if you start using with things like camera equipment, start putting heavier camera equipment, you'll find that balance becomes an issue, especially with Dobs. And just having extra weights that you can slide up and down is a fantastic accessory to have. Accessory. I always said that word wrong. And of course, camera, little mobile phone, camera adapters for taking simple photography. Great to have. No, you're okay. You're okay, sweetheart. Don't worry about it. Devin, you've never experimented with any filters. Is that a good idea? Well, yeah, I mean, don't worry about it, buddy. Filters have got the place, don't get me wrong. They're only essential, in my opinion, for the moon. Uh, excuse me. If you've got anything above 3 inches of aperture in a telescope, then you need a moon filter. And that's the only filter that you're really going to need for visual astronomy. So, oh, thank you, Nina.
That's
Thank you very much. A moon filter is the only one, in my opinion, all beginners need in their accessory case. I'll tell you a good one, what they call a polarized filter. Now, what a polarized filter does is it will instantly adapt to whatever size telescope you've got. Because when it comes to filters, you don't want to have them too dark, especially if you've got smaller aperture telescopes, because you know you need all the light you can get. What polarized filters do is they will you just turn them, and they'll actually they're ever so clever how they work, and they'll actually go from dark, almost black, up to almost clear. They're not that expensive. They're obviously a little bit more expensive than normal filters, but if you're going to get any filter, polarized moon filter are definitely the one to go for. Oh, thank you, LTM. Appreciate that, my friend. We'll do RLMC. We'll do, buddy. Yes, Tom. Sorry, guys. I keep holding that. I do have occasional bad habits. One of them is I'm not a cigarette smoker. This ain't my thing, really. Believe it or not, I'm a pipe smoker. I know it's a really old-fashioned thing these days, but I love a pipe. I love a tobacco pipe, not any other form of pipe. A tobacco pipe, but to pipe tobacco so hard to get hold of these days. I have to go online to get my pipe tobacco. But yeah, don't smoke, kids. Not good for you. I'm just looking for a lighter, actually. No worries, Devon. No worries, my friend. Ah, Tom, dear. Yeah, not many of us do anymore, do they? I started smoking a pipe about three. You know, I think that's how I got hooked into the horrible. And I've never really enjoyed smoking cigarettes. And then I just had a go at a pipe, and you know what? I thought, why is this so good? What have I been missing? Even though I shouldn't, because I know it's bad for you. But yeah, and I've been that typical new pipe smoker where you have to try every aromatic tobacco you can lay your hands on. You know what I mean? I've gone for cherry vanilla and toffee chocolate and all. as you do when you first start smoking. But I think my favourite at the minute, I'm going to have to change subject, guys. Sorry, I'm just have to mention tobacco. Is Peterson's plug. Perfect plug. Absolutely love that stuff. Top notch. Anyway, back to astronomy. Ah, sorry to hear that, Black Fur 2. Is it Black Fur 2? Sorry to hear that, my friend. Ridley Royd. Ha, mosquitoes. Not really, buddy. Luckily, with us living in the Midlands of the UK, we do get them. Don't get me wrong, I do get bit quite often when I'm out, but not like riddled with them. so it's not a massive problem. Further up north in Scotland, it is a absolute nightmare for midges and mosquitoes. And I mean a real nightmare. So you can't sometimes see your hand in front of your face. They're that bad. And they in every shop up Scotland, you'll find you'll buy you get mosquito nets. You know those full hats. So luckily here in the Midlands we get them, but it's not really a problem. Phil Simpson, best time to use dew heaters. It's all down to your climate, buddy. Where you live, the best time is when there's a lot of dew about. I know it sounds stupid, but it is a seasonal thing. Sometimes winter can be worse than summer. Summer never really had much trouble with dewing, so I don't necessarily use them. But like I say, it's more of a seasonal thing, and depending on where you live in the world, how severe your dew can be. But if anybody's got any advice for Phil on dew eaters, if you have got any experience, please feel free to help Phil out with that one, please. Matthew, Scotland has midges and mosquitoes. You need another translation. Mosquitoes, biting things, bloodsuckers, itchy, annoying little so-and-sos. Midges are, I don't know, a small mosquito. Also bite, also annoying, also keep slapping your arm everywhere. You know, little biting, horrible little insects. Annoying, my friend called them flying debris. Oh, we're excellent. Said bleedy. Yeah. Midges, mosquitoes, nothing but flying debris or debris. Debris if you're from other side of the pond. Not midges, midges. Yeah, not midgets. They're completely different. Midges. Midges is it's a little biting insect, little flying, biting, blood-sucking annoyance that we have here in usually British summertime. Yeah, no worries, Matthew. Yeah, a midge is just a small mosquito, I suppose. That's all the that's probably the totally wrong word, but it's a small flying, blood-sucking annoyance. No, I haven't, Tom. Just yet. The comment, no. I want to though. I keep meaning to have a good go at the. Is it K2? They call it K2. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, K2. Yeah, not yet, buddy. But I do want to have a go. Robbo, Ian Robbo, the only camera that I've used, like I say, astrophotography is not really my field. There's probably some people that know a better budget camera. The budget cameras I've used is the SV Boney 105 and the 205, I believe. Very, very cheap. A good window into just getting your dipping your toes into the water of astrophotography. They're not the best cameras in the world. You will be limited to the lunar and planetary photography. No good for deep sky. But the one thing it's going to do, you're not going to be paying a fortune for the SV Boney budget cameras. So if you don't like it, then at least you've not like sort of just wasted a small mortgage, which astrophotography can cost you. So yeah, go for the SV Boney 105, 205. It'll certainly give you an idea and get you used to using astronomy software and how to use the camera and what you're going to expect if you want to upgrade to something better. And Tom, Tom, you're perfectly right there, buddy. Um, yeah, your mobile phone. Mobile phones days are excellent cameras. You know, and they will take some great photographs of space, basically, and even deep sky. A mobile phone will do a far better job at a deep sky than any than the SV Boney 105, 205, specifically designed astro camera. Okay, because you don't get no shutter speed with those type of cameras. So your mobile phone, which you probably already got, is going to do a far better job if you want to do, and for planets even, really. The advantage of the cheap SV Boney cameras are, in my opinion, just so you can get used to using one of them type of cameras and using the software such as SharpCap and just learning how to use them, basically. And you might not like it, and if you're not going to like using one of them, you're not going to like using a £800-900 camera, okay? And so that's the good thing. It saves you a bit of money in case you don't like. Because trust me, not everybody likes astrophotography. A lot of people like the idea of myself into. So just be prepared for one hell of a journey if you want to get seriously into astrophotography. Yeah, it's great, isn't it, Tom? That's the good thing. That is one good thing about such as the cheap SV Boney 105s is if you have got friends, family around, you know, not everybody can look at the eyepiece at the same time. With something like that, you can just stream it straight onto your laptop, and everybody can have a good view. That is one bonus about these cheap Astro cameras. I agree with you there, buddy. Right, I'm just going to get a lighter and put a couple of nails in my coffin. 2 minutes, guys. I'm back, guys, I'm back. Here we go. No worries, OG. That's horrible, that, isn't it? Headphone pain. Ah, I know that pain well, mate. When we used to do a lot of recording in studio when I used to be in a band. Oh, wow, your ears. You just feel like somebody just hit them with an hammer. Horrible, that, isn't it? Yeah. All right, buddy. I will hopefully see you soon, my friend. Take care, pal. Yeah, go and give yourself a break. Yeah, headphone ear pain. Has anybody had that? You know, those closed headphones? And your ears just start hurting, don't they? It's awful, that. Great for your throat, guys. Yeah, welcome to the live, guys. If you're just joining us, we're just having a little chat, general astronomy chat, really. I've got it labelled as beginner troubleshooting. That is still the main focus of today's live. So any questions about astronomy that you may have, any trouble you may have where you've just bought your new telescope, any issues at all, feel free, don't be afraid. You know, we've all got to start somewhere. If you've got a question, there's no snobbery on this channel. We're all here to learn, so feel free, just drop your question in the chat, and I'm sure I will see. If I don't see it, if it goes, you know, because I'm talking into the camera, just ask again, and I'm sure I'll see it. If I don't know the answer, by the way, I'm sure somebody in the chat will. There was indeed, Matthew. You was right. Yeah, somebody did ask something about polar alignment, didn't they? And I did read that question, and then I got distracted. Let me just tell you something about polar alignment. It's not as important as you may first think. All right, don't fret too much about polar alignment if you are a visual astronomer. Now, what is very, very, very important, if you have got an equatorial mount like this, you at least point it north, and at least have it somewhere your latitude set right, okay, or nearest, damn it, where it needs to be. Here in Chesterfield, it's around about 53 degrees, but make sure that you at least point the telescope north. Now, what I mean by that is telescopes come in what's called a starting position. That's the position that you'll see in photographs. Okay, so if you go onto a telescope shop and you look up for a photograph of a telescope, sort of position, yeah, in what I call a T shape. Right, can you see the telescope's the top of the T, and then you've got this your mount there. That is the starting position, and you need to turn that entire system round until it's pointing north. That's what's important for visual astronomy. Precise polar alignment is only important for, again, astrophotography. It is really important for that because you'll get what's called star trails, and because you have to do long exposures, and your telescope is going to be moving pretty much exactly the same speed that the Earth is rotating. Basically, remember the sky, the stars are not moving; it's us that are turning. So absolutely precise polar alignment is only important for astrophotography. For general visual astronomy, when you just want to take your telescope out and enjoy the night sky, just roughly point it north. Okay, get your latitude right, roughly right, and you will be fine. But never ever go out and just plonk your EQ mount down. All right, you know, and have it pointing east, and then try and see something. What's going to happen then? It's really going to fight against you, and you're not going to understand how it's working, and you'll just wish you'd never got the telescope in the first place. All right, but for general visual astronomy, don't worry about it too much. Just make sure it's pointing north, and you've got your latitude right. I'm saying the right word. Yeah, latitude. Got your latitude right. You'll be fine. Mankirit, is that your? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. You're having trouble collimating your 8-inch Dobsonian because every time you turn the laser, it moves somewhere else on the primary mirror. Yes, it does, and this is one of the reasons I don't like using them, my friend. Let's just have a look. One of the problems that I've always said with laser collimators is you need ideally a what's called a compression fitting. Now I can unscrew this. Come on, there we go. Right, this is a compression ring. You can buy these separately, and they will just screw onto your focuser of your telescope. You can get them for reflectors. You may have got a reflector like this, and if you look, you may notice that this part will actually turn and unscrew off. This is for things like this. Now the way compression rings fit is, if you're not familiar with it, it's like a little brass ring in there, and instead of it just being these thumb screws that just push a screw through pushing against your eyepiece, it doesn't work like that. It puts even pressure all the way around the eyepiece. When you put that in there, it's actually gripping. It's central, if you get what I mean. There we go. That's in there, like that. So it'll grip it all central, and it's not pushing the eyepiece or collimator, in this case, to one side. Now this is a problem really when you're laser collimating. Now the idea of laser collimating is to be more precise at the end of the day. But how can something be precise if you think about it? If it's actually, when you put that in there, it's going to be pushing it off central. It's not going to be central to the focuser anymore. This is why I don't like using laser collimators with the thumb screw type focusers. Now, there is ways around this. One of them is to actually put a shim around your laser collimator, just a thin bit of sort of like a drinks can, a soda can. You can cut one of those up, put one of those around it, just put it on with double-sided sticker tape. What this does is it puts it into a nice tight fit into the focuser itself, so you won't actually have to use any thumb screws at all. Because this is the problem, this wobble, and this will move all the time on your primary mirror. And this has always been my issue with these things, why I prefer to use a collimation cap. It's a lot simpler. These things don't move about and they don't lie. Lasers can lie. I've always said this. But that's one way of actually preventing the laser dot from moving every time you put it into the focuser. So I'll tell you something else as well. People that use these laser collimators, and you don't have a compression ring fitting, you just have the normal thumb screw. Collimate your telescope with how you're supposed to do it, okay, which I'm sure you know how to do it if you own one of these. Collimate your telescope, then take the collimator out, okay, re-put it back in, tighten it back up, and I bet you it doesn't read right again. And this is because when you put it back into the focuser, there is no way that you are going to tighten them screws up exactly the same each time. You will always slightly put this laser slightly out of dead center, because unfortunately that's how those focusers work. They will always push an eyepiece or a laser collimator slightly, and it only takes half a millimeter or something like slightly to one side, so they're never that 100% accurate. And by the time you finish messing about one of these things, you could have just collimated it just as quick with something like a collimation cap. But this is one of the issues that you do find with these type of laser collimators. And like I say, the only true way of stopping that dot from moving all over the place is to have a compression ring fitting. They're a lot more successful when using, you can have a lot better results, should I say, when using a laser collimator and using one of these compression ring fittings. Like I say, you can buy these separate. Just have a quick search, find out what your telescope is, and then maybe go onto their website and see if you can find it, or go to a manufacturer, send them an email and say, look, I want a compression ring for a Celestron, Astromaster, whatever, okay, or whatever your telescope may be. But I would highly recommend these compression fittings in your focuser if you're going to be using laser collimators. Yeah, so that's probably one of the reasons why it is moving. But don't forget, again, a shim around your collimator itself, little soda can, something like that, stick it on with double-sided tape. It's going to keep it nice and central so you don't have to mess around with thumb screws. There's two ways of fixing that laser from moving about. For some reason I'm getting quite a lot of buffering. I don't know why, actually, because I'm on fiber optics Wi-Fi. My router is literally like 2 foot away. I've got a massive strong Wi-Fi reception, so you know, upload downloads all right up there, so I don't know why it's buffering. It shouldn't be really. It could be my no, it's not my computer, because I'm actually streaming through my phone, so I don't know. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, Collimation can be out a bit for visual astronomy. You will never ever notice it especially as a beginner, and that I don't mean to sound what's the word, belittling in any way. You know, oh, you're a beginner, you don't know what you're looking at. I don't mean to sound it like that in any shape or form. But to be honest with you, if your collimation is out a bit, you're never ever gonna notice it. I can't notice it. I mean, I've been looking through telescopes for years and years and years, and without doing a star test, if a collimation is a little bit out, I wouldn't be able to tell. You know, and like I say, I've looked through hundreds of telescopes, so, and without actually doing a star test, you'd never tell. So yeah, don't worry about precise collimation. There's a lot of misunderstanding about collimation, and especially unnecessary fear. It really is. It really isn't as bad as what, or as complicated as some people do make it. Yeah, James, they do. Yeah, we've covered this. We've just discussed this. Always be aware of that. That these type of collimators, these budget type of collimators, and they do range from 20 up to about £80. These type. They're all pretty much the same, but they do need collimating. There is some collimators out there that claim to be collimated for life, and if they do come out, you just send them back to the manufacturer and they'll recollimate it. Yeah, I cannot remember the name of them, but they're very expensive. They're around about £200-300, and I would say, well, for 2p, yeah, 5 got like a 15-inch telescope, whatever. I hate paying that two to £300 for a collimator when this will do just as good job. Daniel, collimation is said to be less important for deep sky than the planets. Yeah, to a certain extent, I suppose it is really. You do need that collimation, because the reason being, with the planets, what you're doing is you're pushing your telescope usually to limits. For the planets, we're going to be using high magnification, and your telescope has to be nicely in tune with itself. You know, it wants to be like a nice tuned race car, all ready for a race. Yeah, you're going to be pushing it. You're going to be pushing it hard. So collimation, it wants to be pretty. You know, it doesn't have to be absolutely, like I say, spot on, but it wants to be pretty good. You want to have it, you know, nearest damn it. Deep sky, it's less forgiving because we're not using as much magnification, we're using lower magnification, so it's a lot more forgiving on the telescope. Hey, Epic Plays, how are you, my friend? Good to see you in the chat. It is sharp capture catching frames extremely slowly. Do you mean as in like long exposure, Epic Plays? Like as in, I believe you can do that, yes, but you'll have to speak to an astrophotographist. Because I ain't one of them. So I can't really help you with that. Somebody on the chat may help you with that, buddy. Matthew, Matthew, why is the on Astro? I, it's the way everything's mass produced. I think Matthew's saying why is Astro stuff finish? You know, it's extreme. Even on expensive stuff is not very good. The quality can't be, you know, what you expect to pay for sometimes. I think it's just it's competition in it and budget and what they can actually produce for the money. And they cut corners wherever they can, don't they? Basically, and that's the main thing. And unfortunately, the world that we live in today is all about money and mass production. It's not about quality anymore. It's just about how many units they can sell and how many units they can sell with the cheapest possible resources. And I think that's just top and bottom of it at the end of the day, buddy. Because it's same in all fields, you know. It's same as in photography, in computer equipment, in phone accessories. You know, you can pay an arm and a leg, and it's like, what is this? You know, I can print this better on my 3D printer that I've just paid £50 for. So I don't know where you're coming from. But I think it's just a dog eat dog world we live in, unfortunately. Can't be any worse than my PC Epic plays. I tell you, I'm using a 15-year-old HP laptop. Something I need to update. My nephew actually said, he says, it's your birthday coming up because it's big 5-0 coming up, you know, guys, soon. I'm getting a big. I need a new laptop, Brandon. Yeah, so there you go. You wanted a present. I need a new laptop. They're cheap enough, aren't they? Get one for I don't know, 500-600 quid. What's that to a rich man? Yeah, these computers are very slow. I think that's one of the reasons. Well, apart from I got off the gear of astrophotography, why I don't do as much astrophotography. I just haven't got the gear. I'm not geared up for it, you know. Even with like a basic camera like the SV Boney, this computer just seems so laggy. I mean, it's laggy now, just doing this live. I don't think it's my Wi-Fi. I think it's this actual computer I'm using. Yeah, Epic plays. Don't worry too much about astrophotography, buddy. I know. You see some amazing photographs on the internet and that, and it really gets you buzzing. But trust me, to get those kind of photographs can take many hours of heartache, pain, before you get to the pleasure side of things. So you know, just enjoy this. Just enjoy the night sky first, buddy, and slowly get yourself into astrophotography. Because trust me, pal, and I do sincerely mean this, astrophotography can be a hobby killer. I know many people. I don't know many people, but I know a few people that have bought all the gear, got right into it, and it's totally killed it for them because you need the patience of the gods, a lot of money, and a lot of time. So just move into astrophotography nice and slowly, you know, and see where you go because it's not for everybody. Trust me. Like I say, a lot of people like the idea of it, but when they actually start doing it, they hate it. So just be careful. But if you do enjoy it, you know, it can be a fantastic hobby, and there's thousands of people that get massive amounts of pleasure from it. But be prepared for a lot of heartache as well. It is, Tom. It is. Astronomy is a money pit. Absolutely. But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a money pit. I mean, I've been doing astronomy all my life, and you know, I where I am now. I mean, I know that people my age have got literally thousands of pounds of equipment, and I used to have thousands of pounds of equipment. I says on my last chat, I got rid of it. I had to get rid of it all through to financial difficulties. Now I've probably got £600 worth, £700 worth tops of astronomy equipment, which you know on astronomy terms is peanuts. So it just shows you that you don't need a massive budget though. You can certainly make it astronomy into a money pit, especially if you start getting into astrophotography. But it doesn't need to be. You know, you can just still stick with the basic entry level stuff and still have hell of a good time. And that's one of the reasons I've stuck with a lot of this basic stuff, purely for the channel as well. I don't want to, like, you know, spoil myself with high-tech equipment, and people can't relate to that, can they? You know, not everybody's got, you know, big expensive equipment. When you start out with this hobby, you start out with something like this behind me. So that's what I just like to keep. It's great for me anyway. I'm happy with what I've got. It's very basic, and it's just a way of proving to people that, you know, you don't have to get a small bank loan to enjoy the hobby. But yeah, you're right, mate. It can become a money pit if you let it. Good, welcome back, OG. Good to have you back, my friend. Hope you had a nice little break. Duster, what age is considered too early? As soon as you can class to a child that this is a scientific instrument and it's not a toy, then I think that's the right age. You got to remember, kids see toy as something to play with and entertainment, even though, you know, a telescope is, we do play with this you know, you do play with it in a way, don't you, of sorts. But I think as soon as they can understand what they're doing, it's hard to say because kids, you know, can mentally develop a lot sooner than other kids, and it all depends on the child, I suppose. That it varies, but as soon as they can understand, you know, when they can't understand, you know, you can't grab hold of the telescope, you can't grab hold of the eyepiece, and things like that, then they're too young, basically, you know. But as soon as they can understand, all right, this is how you look through it, you know, the basics of astronomy, as soon as they can understand, oh right, that pattern from that pattern in star charts and things, then they're right, you know, and they're ready for it. But like I say, it's all down to the child, isn't it, really? Each child can develop a lot quicker than others. So, but I think that's the main key. I think if they don't really understand what they're looking at, is too young. Yeah, exactly, Tom. Yeah, 7. See, I mean 7, and that's it. If the kid is getting enjoyment, then that's it. Then they're interested in it. It's as soon as you force anything on anybody, you know, like in olden times, it were piano lessons, weren't it? In the time, you must play piano. You know, I don't want to play piano. If you're forcing kids, so they're never going to like it. But if they show a natural interest in something, and especially something like astronomy, push it all the way. You know, get them interested. Show them. You know, buy them a little telescope. Buy them a little fun scope. It doesn't matter if they break it, does it? It doesn't matter. They're learning. That's all part of it. I mean, I've had that many telescopes as a kid that I took to pieces and found out how it works. It's all part of learning, isn't it? Yeah, OJ. You know, they always do need a little bit of supervision. Pseudo adults, really, though. It's a funny thing. It's a strange thing looking through a telescope for the first time. It's not as easy as what people think, and it can be a little bit weird at first looking through a telescope. I mean, the first thing that people want to do is that, isn't it? I mean, you've got the telescope, it's on the tripod, and what every beginner does, or somebody that's never looked, is they go like that. And they grab hold of the telescope, and this is just a human instinct. You know, you're in the dark, let's face it, and you've got something going right up to your eye, you know, like an eyepiece. It's just only natural for you to go, whoa, 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 what's going on here? So little things like that, you know, you've just got to make sure, don't touch the telescope, you know, bring your eye up slowly, and you know, the amount of times people poke themselves in their eye if you forget to tell them, you know, because they just go bang. Oh, the next thing, there's got the 10 mil down back at retina. So yeah, it is a little bit of a learning curve, but that's something you do have to supervise with adults and kids as well. I think that's the main problem, is touching the telescope while observing. Paul Sagan's, Tom Jones, have I ever listened to Carl Sagan's The Pale Blue Dot? The Pale Blue Dot, why does that ring a bell? I may be thinking of something else. You'll have to tell me a little bit more about that, buddy. Tell me a bit more about that, Tom. Yeah, John. Yeah, did he enjoy it? I bet he was fascinated, weren't he? People's first views of Saturn, it's fantastic that. I'll never get tired of showing people the first views of Saturn. And you always know you've got a good view when they say it looks like a photograph. Have you got a photograph up to the telescope? You know, you think you're playing around with some kind of trickery. I thought you were talking about some kind of lecture or something. The pale blue dot. It just seems to ring a bell. Yeah, always good, OG. Start with binoculars. I started with binoculars. Great tool. Better than any cheap telescope. A pair of binoculars. Any cheap telescope, and I do mean those. You know, like you get in Walmart or any just cheap internet sites, Wish and things like that. I thought it was something like that, Tom. Thanks, buddy. I probably will be familiar with it, but for some reason my brain's not connecting to it at the minute. You can see it on YouTube, can you? I'll look it up, buddy. Thank you. I watch that much stuff sometimes. It just all blurs into one big mash in my brain, and then I have to compute and sift it all through at the end of the day sometimes. Yeah, Epic Plays. A lot of us started with very cheap telescopes. It's you know, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just don't buy them for a telescope if you get what I mean later on in life. Lander Technic 4K. No, you haven't missed much, buddy. I don't think so. I have dropped one thing, and that's about it. But so far so good. So far so good, buddy. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to a general chit chat. The main subject, really, if you just joined the chat, is any questions that you may have. That you may have any trouble with your new telescope. You know, you may have just got a new telescope, might be something wrong with the mount, might be something wrong with the focuser, or you can't find an object, whatever it may be. Just feel free, drop it in the chat, and I'll try and answer it best I can. Yeah, Matthew, with binoculars, not a lot of people are aware of that. The binoculars need setting up, and binoculars need to be set up all the time, every time another person uses them. And it doesn't really tell you this in the instructions. For instance, if I was looking through the binoculars at a target and then passed them to another person, in actual fact, by rights, they should set them binoculars then up to suit their eyes with the diopter. It's a little known thing, you know, that people just overlook, and they think they've got damaged binoculars because they simply can't get them in focus. And some people's eyes are a lot worse than others. You know, one eye can totally focus completely different to the other eye, especially if you use prescription glasses. And this is going to transfer across to the binoculars. You know, where you just simply can't get focus, and it's usually just down to that diopter adjustment. Duster, do I have any recommenders for finding Venus during the day? Always beware of the sun. That is the biggest thing I want to just make a point of. You've got to be aware of the sun with your hands. If you measured it with your hands, that's from this thumb to your pinky. Any closer than that, wait for a better opportunity. It's too dangerous. Always use a good planetarium, such as Stellarium, which is going to show you exactly the degrees of where it is from the sun, because you are going to be using the sun as a pretty much of a measurement unless there is any other target out, such as the moon. The moon in the daytime is a fantastic pointer if it's close by a planet that you're trying to hunt down in the daytime also, because obviously the moon's not so as bright and blinding as the sun, so you can take a better measurement of it, especially with your fingers. Of course you go-to users have got a lot easier job of it. You can just set the coordinates up in your hand controller. But if you're just using a manual scope, when the moon is out and the target, you know, near the target, it's a real good guider for you to actually find planets during the daytime. But please, guys, always be extra careful of that sun. Like I said, if you see my last video about daytime astronomy, there's only one chance. You only get one chance with your eyes, guys. You know, it has happened in the past before. Never ever leave a telescope unattended during the daytime. Okay, even if it's you're cooling it down. Yeah, you may be getting set for an evening's observing, and you've just set your telescope up in the daytime. It only takes one of your grandkids, kids, niece, nephews, or even one of your relations to just come and have a quick peek in the eyepiece and cause, you know, permanent damage. So never ever leave a telescope unattended in the daytime. Be safe, guys. That's all I'm saying. Use your common sense. But yeah, good indicator. So planets in the daytime, a good reliable planetarium such as Stellarium, and if at all possible when the moon is visible in the daytime, so you've got a good reference of how how far to go from the planet. Tom, good night, my friend. I think it is nearly bedtime for me too, buddy. So we are going to wrap this up in a short while, guys. Thank you so much for joining, Tom. Have a good night, my friend, and I will see you soon. But yeah, I've been on the chat. I've been on live 4 hours now, but folks, so I am going to be wrapping it up very soon. So any questions you may have, fire them in now, and I'll try my best to have it. But like I say, next 5 minutes or so. Yeah, that's ironic, isn't it? Yeah, bedtime. It's an astronomy chat. It should. We all should be up late. It is a bit ironic that. Landtech 4K. Yes, you're right. We all should be up all night, shouldn't we? Not worrying about it. Been a long day for me though, dude. Yeah, been one of those days. So getting a little bit weary, throat's getting a bit dry. But if I've helped some of you tonight, that's the main point of tonight's chat. Oh, Matthew, it's a pleasure, my friend. This is the whole idea of it. I just want to help you guys out as much as I can. Gabe, red dot or finder scopes, it is down to the eye of the beholder. At the end of the day, it's whatever you prefer. I'm a red dot person myself. Some people prefer finder scopes, magnified finder scopes. It is truly a preference down to the individual, to be honest. Like I say, I'm a Telrad or a red dot finder myself, or as opposed to optical finders. Yeah, take it easy, Collie Wally. Sorry for the late goodbye. All the best, my friend. You take care. Have a good night. Yeah, just a little quick one. Somebody, I was when I put this up on the Facebook group about coming at. I think it was Sydney mentioned, do I ever wear sunglasses? You just said this question out of the blue. Do you ever wear sunglasses at night? Now, funnily enough, and even though as strange as it sounds, because I've just looked at OJ's talking about filters there, if you are just starting out in astronomy and you don't have a moon filter, then sunglasses is your next best friend, because you can actually wear sunglasses as a quick substitute to a moon filter. It'll drastically cut down that light and just work, because basically that's all the moon filter is. It is like a pair of sunglasses, you're just dimming down the light. So another little tip is when you're nicely dark adapted and your eyes are nicely in the, you've got good night vision and you need to nip inside for something, maybe you forgot an eyepiece, put your sunglasses on. This is going to help protect. It's not going to totally do it, but it's going to just help protect your night vision a little bit. Then having to, have you ever done this where you're walking in, you're going, I'm trying to, and you're like just peeking through your eyes and you're tripping over stuff because you don't want to damage your night vision. I've done that a few times. You're trying to peek as much light, trying to blind as much light as you want. Wear sunglasses, and that's just going to help with the night vision. So there's a little tip for another use for wearing sunglasses during the night. You're more than welcome, RLMC Nugsy. Good luck. I hope you get your 8-inch. If you get your 8-inch telescope, you'll not regret it, buddy. That is definitely going to be the next telescope I buy. Will be an 8-inch reflector. I'm almost certain of it. Right then, guys, I think, even though we got 36 of you, it's been a 4-hour stream, a little bit less than last one. I think I did a 6-hour stream on the last one, but it's been a pleasure, guys, and I think I'm going to wrap this one up for this evening. I hope I've helped you all, or helped some of you at least get some questions that you may be niggling you. Don't forget, we're going to do more of these. I'm definitely going to do more of these chats in the future. So tell all your friends, share this live if you want, if there's something that you may find of interest. But tell everybody, tell your friends, your neighbours, your dogs, your cats, your moms, your aunts, your uncles, whatever. Okay, and we'll do more of these lives now. Either it's just going to be chit chat like this, or maybe you guys and have a little bit of one-to-one with you. I really enjoy it. It's good stuff. So for the time being, my friends, thank you so much for joining the chat. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm going to have another honey water now. Got a bit of a dry throat. I wish you all clear skies. Just take good care of yourselves, my friends, and we will see you on the next live. So that's me signing out for this one. Thank you so much for watching again. Take care all, and I'll see you soon.